Time to get started? Better now than ever, right? Let's do it. It's going to be a fun one. Hope everybody's feeling well. Hopefully you take notice of the title and the lack of politics that I've requested. Oh no, what's up with YouTube? There we go. Champions League? I have no idea what Champions League is. I'm a fake gamer. Oh. Yeah, no, I don't sports at all. Let me thank everyone that I missed while getting ready to go live. We got Gamer Girl, the community gift sub, getting us started. Always good to see you. We got Tesla Flame, 6 months in now. Thank you so much for that. We got Littlefinger here with the Prime. Emily, always good to see you at that tier 3 too. Oh God, I am sorry for showing you Vampire Survivors. I have a long list of other games you should also not try. I will resist the urge to tell you about those for now. We also got Hug More Trees with the tier 1, 2 months in. Thank you for that. 13 months overall, over a year. Jesus. We got Mesh Drip here with the Prime. We got CDE at the 28-month mark. 27 months, one off, but yeah, nuts. Argod with the tier 1, 17 months in, about to fail a linear algebra test. Oh God. I used to be really good at math, and then I went to college, and then I failed multivariable calc 2 times, almost 3 times. Only class that I didn't destroy, which was weird because I was taking far too many credits and overall didn't have problems with school. Just something about multivar didn't click in my head, and the test sucked, and my handwriting was so bad the professors refused to acknowledge that I actually got right answers when I didn't sometimes. Cool. Nothing is on fire that I can deal with, at least. Oh, Outer Wilds. Yeah, it's magic. I did not have the chat with Josh. We were supposed to have it on Monday, but he had to cancel last minute. We haven't rescheduled yet. We'll see how that goes when it happens, if it happens. Hopefully it still will. Simarith with the Prime sub. Thank you so much for that. We got Blazing Phoenix here. Always good to see assuming a Phoenix user, hopefully. Been deep on the Phoenix train recently. We got Erebus DX8 with the tier 1, 6 months in. Raiden Cad with the tier 1, 5 months in. Thank you all for the support and hitting that level 4 hype train. I'm not doing the AI Minecraft video because you asked. I'm doing it because I've been keeping an eye on it for so long. I didn't actually see this tweet. My notifications are nuts, but yeah. I'll let you take credit if it makes you feel better. Yeah, it very much fits within my niche interests of weird use cases of AI, VC bullshit, and Minecraft. It's just such a perfect combination of my weird things. Oh, thank you for the bits, Soleil. Appreciate that. Happy you dig that, Ren. There's a 20-minute wait? Oh, God. There wasn't when I tried it. Not Google Images. I had a specific thing I wanted to try. I'm not a fucking WebP. And the new browser company browser is not out and it probably won't be for a bit. Don't get too excited about that. It's just an extension. Oh, there's literally no world in which NVIDIA's valuation survives the AI bubble burst. There is literally no way. Let's see what else we have to do today. So we got AI Minecraft, worst code I've ever seen, magic powering next, hacking websites with your company name, Chrome dev tools getting destroyed by AI, HTML white space. I'm going to bump all 4 of these higher up because I want to do them. But yeah, there's no... Crazy how there's no breaking news this week. I wonder if something else is going on that's causing the news cycle in tech to be less crazy. Did I not put no politics in the YouTube title? Thank you for the heads up there. No politics. Thank you for that. There's no way something named Wata Sigma is a real browser, right? Yo, Violet with the sub as well. Thank you for that. Let me do my offset. Give me 1 sec so I can get this going. Say 14 minutes. There we go. Yeah, Blazing Phoenix with the 5 gifts. Thank you so much for the support. Really appreciate that. Yo, Technopig. I have a feeling that with this name, you probably are a serious Minecrafter. Waiting for our turn. Plus expired, please refresh. I'm going to priority queue it up 1 sec. Give me 1 sec to get into this, and I'll just go straight into this video. Why not? You know what? I'll make this part of the video. Let's do it. Marker, Minecraft, AI. Yeah, my watch is always ahead by 3 minutes. I do that so I stay on top of things. Works great. What I would do is every time I was late to something, I would set my watch back a minute. And then once I hit 3 minutes, it's like, this stops being useful. This does not surprise me, Lermatroid. I just set the marker for this. Let's get started. Cool. In case you haven't heard, Minecraft is AI now. Okay, not really. The Minecraft version that most people are playing and using every day has nothing to do with AI. That said, someone made the crazy project of recreating Minecraft without writing any Minecraft code. Yes, instead, they just take a screenshot and use your keyboard inputs to generate the next frame. And the result is chaos. It's weirdly close, but also hilariously far off. It's absolutely insane, and we have to dive in. But first, a word from today's sponsor. Anyways, I have to sign up for their Discord in order to be part of the priority queue because this went super viral. So let's do that. I have to join their Discord in order to get into this queue. Cool. I'm in now. Hopefully, yay, it's our turn. So to start, let me put on my headphones. I want to make sure we can hear the wonderful world of Minecraft. Yeah, there we go. Let's start with the village outpost. I have some fun ideas for uploading our own, though. Don't worry. Oh, God, that's loud. Let me turn that down very slightly. Give me one moment. Yeah, I have the ducking pretty aggressive because it makes my life much easier. Anyways. So, as I mentioned before, this is not actually Minecraft. It starts with a screenshot of Minecraft, and then when you move, it tells the AI model, hey, mouse right this long, and it tries to generate the new frames based on that. So now as we go around and I like press space, it's guessing what the next frame would look like based on those inputs, which is a kind of nutty way to do something like this. That means that like it has no concept of object permanence. It's almost like a 2-year-old. So here you could, let's just find a detail. We'll say these trees over there. So look, there's like 3-ish blob trees there. If I look away and now look back, it's something else. And if I look away and look back, it's something else. Because it has no concept of what you were last looking at. It only knows the current frame that you're on. A weird way to think of this is almost similar to video encoding, where instead of... I'll explain how this works in a bit. I want to keep playing first, actually. Let's keep exploring. If you want to see just how weird this is, so we see in front of us, we got those, 3 trees there? I'm going to look all the way down. Now we're going to look back up. And it can be something entirely different. And since everything's based on what you're looking at a given moment, all it takes is one frame with enough data to confuse it to really break stuff. So here, these would block things. If I make that the majority of what I'm looking at, now when I look up, it's going to be like a desert or something. See? Because it uses the current frame's data to determine the next frame. So if you can arbitrarily make a frame useful enough to you, or useless, I suppose, it just changes what's around you. So I lost the desert there because I looked at grass too hard. What happens if I try to break a block? That's actually something I haven't tried yet. Oh, damn. The text is so hallucinated. That's nuts. What button's for the inventory? Is it just I? Because I saw people showing inventory in it. E? Ah. Yeah, look at that. The hallucinated inventory. The mouse cursor part's particularly trippy. It just hallucinated a pic in my inventory. This is something. Also, just opening and closing your inventory is enough to change what's around you because it covers some of the screen. Oh no, what's happening? What is going on? It froze. I might have broke it. Dig down. I can't do anything. It's frozen. None of the key presses are working. Cool. I'll save my gameplay. Sure. I do something slightly different though. Refresh. See if I hope I'm still in the priority queue. No music this time. Okay, positioning queue. We're 12 minutes off. Let's get my screenshot loaded. And while we wait for that, we'll diagram out some stuff. So let's say this box is your game world. And in this game world, we have, I don't know, we'll say that this is a tree. We'll say that we have a house over here. And we have some water over here. We'll fill these so they look a little more distinct. Cool. So we got our tree, we got our house, and we got our, let me make it bigger. We got our lakefront. So the way that most game engines work isn't quite as straightforward as people probably assume. I'll use a different shape. Cool. I'll say this diamond is the player. So a player has an FOV, a field of view. That field of view determines what they can see. So if this is the player's FOV, then they can see everything in this range. So we can see most of the house, we can see this, but we can't see this. And what happens when you're painting like this is the computer is looking at the stuff that should be visible using a bunch of crazy triangular math bullshit. Based on the coordinate properties of these different things, what should the player be able to see? This has a lot of interesting characteristics. Like, let's say that there was actually another tree here. As long as the house is fully occluding the tree, occlusion is in covering what you can visually see. As long as the tree isn't seen because this is blocking it, most rendering engines are smart enough to not render this tree because every additional thing you are rendering and creating is more performance and more utilization that your computer needs to do. So now what happens when you turn? As you turn, the things that aren't visible will be rendered or not rendered. So here, the house is still probably blocking this. I'm going to start changing the outline to be dots if it can't be seen. And I'll change the internal color so you can't either. Cool. So if we're looking like this, the house is blocking this tree, and my own view can't quite see this one either. So neither of these are being rendered. Their location is known because that's all being stored somewhere. But the actual visual creation of that, going from ones and zeros to actual data that you see, to actual visual images, that's not going to be rendered. But the important detail is it still exists. So as soon as we turn enough, like as soon as we hit here, this will now suddenly become a real object that we can see again. But until it is visible, it stays in that data-only state where it's effectively being stored and saved as data, but not shown to you as a viewer. And the way this works is effectively your data that's being stored in memory, hard drive, wherever, it's being processed by your processor to figure out what's going on and what matters. But what gets passed to your graphics card to actually generate an image depends on what should be visible. Here is how the AI generation is different. Imagine if whenever you weren't looking at something, it didn't exist at all. So instead of occlusion resulting in this thing being temporarily invisible, it means it just gets deleted. Now, when I look this way, since I looked away from the thing, it no longer existed in that moment. And now other things can exist instead. But since I looked away from this, now all of this gets deleted too. Because it is only using the data of what you're looking at. Effectively, anything that is not currently in view doesn't exist at all as far as these AI models are concerned. It has no concept of persistence of things that aren't in view. Because the way it's generating isn't based on the data of a space, it's based on the data of a frame. So if I have, instead, I know we were just looking at this like as a top-down view, but instead we're going to think of this as an individual frame. So think of these frames as like frame 1, 2, 3, 4, like the actual visuals, the images that your computer is generating. If this one has, let's draw a really nice looking tree here. So we have this tree. Come on, I had that auto highlight a second ago. There we go. So we have this little tree. This is what we're looking at. Since this is in our view, if we turn, let's say, slightly to the left. Oh, wrong. Let's say we turn slightly to the left. This will just shift over because it's in view. But if we turn slightly to the right, we might start losing view of it, and it goes away. Because effectively, the model, what it's doing is it's taking this frame, and it's saying, hey, move this left slightly. I can show what this looks like if I go to like Mid-Journey. Let's grab a Minecraft screenshot. Save image. Cool. So I just took this random Minecraft screenshot. We're going to throw this into Mid-Journey. Ignore all of the things I have here. We're going to pull this up. I've been subscribed forever. What the fuck do you mean? 1 second. Guess I'm switching to a yearly. What's my current plan? Give me 1 moment, guys. Cool. Now I'm in the Mid-Journey editor. Mid-Journey is just my go-to image AI tool. What we're effectively doing is this. We are saying, hey, I moved left slightly, or I turned the camera to the left. So we're telling it to generate more data here. And I can do this by doing like that, hitting submit. Prompt can't be empty. Player turned to the left. Sure. It's admittedly a very different, slower model that has very different intended use cases. But we will see what it generates based on me moving the camera over here. See, it actually did a pretty good job. Like, this looks like it could very well be part of Minecraft. You can see if you look closely enough, the texture's not quite right. But it is effectively pivoting over because it is using the original frame as the info to generate the next data. It has no concept of what was over to the right, though. If I re-stretch this over, widescreen Minecraft, I'll say, just to tell it what I'm looking for a bit more. It's not going to regenerate what we had before because that data is gone forever. Oops. And you can see here, it generated different options based on what it thinks could be happening. So here they had like a hole and a sword on the ground. Here it put some random hallucination. But these other two look pretty realistic. Neither look like what we had before, but it is generating the new data based on what context it has. And the context it has is just the frame. It has no concept of what is where in this Minecraft world. It just has the frame, which is what makes it so trippy to explore. Cool. We're 1 minute out on the queue. This is going to idle for a minute as we wait to get back in here. Taking the headphones off. I don't want the audio. Actually, I'm curious if... No, there's no way it can hallucinate Doom screenshot sounds. Cool. Should be ready in 10 seconds. You guys ready? Should be fun. Let's see what happens if we give it a Doom screenshot. I am so curious what it hallucinates here. Oh shit, it's still making sound. I fucking told it not to. God damn it. Give me... There's it muted again. Is it just broken? What's going on here? I'm just gonna mute the tab to make sure it doesn't make sound again. It won't even let me. Thanks, Arc. It crashed. Great. Let's see the gameplay. Let's try that again, because I actually do want to see if this works or not. I'm going to mute. Hopefully it stays muted this time. No, it did not. Sorry. I bet I lost my spot in the queue. Yep, I did. Of course. Gave it an honest go. So if you understood what I described here with this top-down view, you might think doing things frame by frame is kind of chaotic. Like, why would we ever do anything that way? Well, there's actually a pretty good reason. It's how video encoding already works. Let's say I have a video of me. Let's draw me here at my desk. So we got a little brown desk. We got me here. Let's get a slightly better circle. Cool. So this wonderful rendition of me is frame 1. Now let's say we're doing a 30 FPS video. We would need 30 of these just for 1 second. But most of these are going to be nearly identical. Like when I'm here, when I'm looking at you guys directly with the camera, I'm moving a decent bit. But that's what, like 5% of the pixels on the screen, like all the pixels behind me, all the stuff on my desk, my cup here, my laptop here, none of that is moving. It's mostly just me. So why should we need a whole image for every single frame? Because most of the pixels haven't changed. The way that these algorithms tend to work is effectively diffing, which means taking the difference between things. So instead of frame 2 being an exact copy of frame 1, let's say in frame 2, I move very slightly to the side. So I move to there. Instead of it including all of this other data, what it would effectively encode in frame 2 is like little arrows in the spots where things moved. What it's actually going to do is it's just going to encode what changed. So it's going to have pixels for what's different. So it would, if where my side was here is now black, you'll have the black. And if this is now to the side, it'll show that. But each frame isn't going to be an exact copy of the previous frame. It's going to be motion data being applied to the frame, saying, hey, this moved here this amount. That also means it's much better for an AI model because it's significantly less data to deal with and process and work with. So if you take a frame and you say, okay, based on this frame, what should we change? It can generate small amounts of data to apply a change. Versus, hey, computer model, here is this 3D world that exists. Apply a transform where I turn this amount. That works well for 3D games where you have all of that data already, but it does not work at all for video generation. And this has been tried before. People have tried to make video tools where it's effectively sending you the 3D description of what's going on and where the camera should go, and it plays back on your machine. This was a whole back and forth going on in like the early 3D game days. Like, should the should the cutscenes in our video games be things that are generated on our device as we play, or should they be what are called FMVs, full motion videos, that are actual video files like an MP4 that is on the disc that plays when you get to that cutscene? The reality is, most of the time, doing the full 3D generation for complex enough scenes isn't worth it. But this isn't a complex scene. This is Minecraft, which is part of why this is so funny to me. Did Google do a Doom AI? Oh, good info. Thank you guys in chat. Apparently, Google did this with Doom already. Real-time recordings of people playing the game Doom simulated entirely by a neural network. So this is... It's funny because my first thought was I'm going to put a Doom screenshot in the Minecraft one and see what happens. You definitely see the hallucinations happening, like when you block something based on your view. It will change. But it's surprisingly close. It even hallucinated like the door requires a blue key. Interesting. Very interesting. I didn't think it would be that far. Also, good question from chat. Would the image degrade to noise if you just shake the screen back and forth? Yes. And I think that's part of why they limit you so much with how much movement you can do. Like, I was moving the mouse hard, and it was moving like a pixel at a time. It's very, very easy to make it nothing but noise if you're not careful. And this happens with video, too. Tom Scott has a great video about video compression, why snow and confetti ruin YouTube video quality. Highly recommend watching this. I've cited it a whole bunch of times, but I'm just going to play this one scene from it. And it's going to be funny because it's going to get re-encoded because I'm playing it on my computer, which is going to encode it. It's going to go to you guys on Twitch, which is going to re-encode it. And it's going to be edited by my video editor, who's going to re-encode it. And then we're going to export it to YouTube, which will re-encode it again. So it'll be great. But yeah, even if you do a high, the point he's making here is if you do a high quality export through your editor, YouTube's quality is still going to be much lower. And then when you're just moving a little bit, like he's just moving side to side here, it's not too bad. But as soon as he starts bringing in snow and confetti, that's a lot more pixels changing, and they're changing really actively. It's the amount of change that causes video compression to be hard, not the like quality of the image, so to speak. Like a really nice, relatively still 4K image is much easier to encode than a 480p video of a bunch of things moving around. And you can see how quickly the video quality goes to fucking absolute garbage as more things are moving on the screen. And as you really increase that movement, like look at this. And here he artificially bumped the bitrate, but it's still, even with just YouTube compression in the highest quality, this will destroy the video quality. Very easy to screw yourself with video encoding stuff. It's actually fun because normally what I do, my videos are relatively easy to encode because I spend most of my time in a text editor. Notice how few pixels are changing on my screen right now. Basically, none of the pixels on my screen are changing at the moment. Pretty much 0 of them, which means it's very easy to encode my video at the moment. But if I was to switch here and move my arms around really fast, suddenly my CPU is going to spike. I just watched it go from 4% CPU utilization to 7 just from that. Like, that's the nature of video encoding. It's a challenging problem. Cool. I just watched the timer go back up. Counting is hard too. You guys can't see the timer because my face is covering it. I can do that. Yeah. There's a little timer in the corner here. Yeah, if you're curious about the video encoding stuff, I have a whole dedicated video on that as well. Video compression is magical. I loved this video. It bombed initially, but it's slowly been recovering. The fact that you can have a 1080p video with 300 frames that is 1/5 the size of a single 1080p PNG is kind of a miracle. Like, the video compression is actual fucking magic, and it's worth trying to understand it, even if you're not a video person. It's cool stuff. Like the fact that we have all of these videos on the internet working as well as we do is a miracle of math and science, and it's one that we should respect and enjoy and embrace. I wouldn't quite say the same about Minecraft AI, but if it's an excuse to talk about video encoding, I'll take it. Oh yeah, the tiniest PNG video. One other that my chat just brought up. This video, 67 bytes, the smallest possible PNG. It's really a breakdown on how PNG encoding works. Worth a watch. Oh god, ask me about H.264 versus H.265 versus AV1 later. We're deep on other things at the moment. We got 10 seconds till this will hopefully work and I can finally play Doom in Minecraft. Fingers crossed. It's unhappy with me. I tried. Turns out it's hard to run Doom in Minecraft. Custom image isn't working. All right, have any of you guys played on the other ones? Are the other ones working? Okay, so this is still my turn. Let's see if the others work. Nope. Rip. Let's see what people have done with it instead. Got teleported to a parallel dimension. So again, remember, when your screen is covered, when you've effectively fully occluded the screen so it can't see other stuff, it doesn't know what to generate for the next frame. So if you give it chaos, like all of these cows that it hallucinated, specifically here, now that it's fully covered your screen, the AI no longer knows anything about the world you're in. It just knows what's in the frame right here. So as it continues to go, it just gets more and more chaotic because it's hallucinating a different world. And it keeps thinking that you're higher up than you are just due to the nature of what you're looking at. And somehow he managed to get to this like all brown wall. God, this is so trippy. The arm just randomly reappearing adds so much to it. Wow, he's really in the void. Do you wake up after or at Skyrim after this? Does anything more happen in this one? No, just back to normal. So I saw that there were people who were speed running this. Does anybody have a link to that? I saw it on Twitter, but I don't feel like hunting to find it again. What? Please tell me they faked this one. There's no way it hallucinated that. He was moving too fast. That has to have been faked. Ooh, thank you. It was Reese who tweeted, of course. Oh, there's sound. Let me put on my headphones. Apparently people are even speedrunning this. I'm so curious what this looks like. Copywritten music. It's either AI generated or Crystal Castles or some combo of the two. Hopefully not copywritten. TBD. What's the goal of the speed run? Does it show at the end? Is it to get to the nether? That makes sense. So they do that. You have to keep looking at things that can eventually get orange enough that you can make it think you're looking at lava, and then from there make it think that you're looking at the nether. So here, by going into the lava, it's increasing the chances of making you think that, or making the engine think you're in the nether. He almost screwed up there, actually. You can see he looked away a little bit too far, and if he looked any further, he would have lost that orange. Okay. Minute 47 seconds. Can we beat it? It's my turn. What's the most promising start point? Desert Expanse? God, why is it so loud? Okay, if I don't use the bring... Nope, it just crashes every time now. Oh, wait, no. It's working? Cool, it's working again. Cool. You guys can't see the timer. I'm 10 minutes... Or 10 seconds, 20 seconds-ish in now. Wish me luck, boys. Infinitely falling. Come on, something yellow. There's yellow over there. Honestly, the strat might just be to spin around until you get yellow something and then go towards it. Look down, then up. Ooh, red might do it. Don't know if that's going to be red enough for me, though. Not making good time. It's harder than it looks. In brighter news, I did come up with a better intro for this. Ooh, that's kind of yellow. We can start from there. Hallucinated us indoors. Good start. Good start. Water's not a good start. Oh no, we lost all our progress. Ooh, we have officially lost the speed run. Fire, fire, yes, fire. No, we're gonna lose it. Yep, we lost it. Rip. Should I keep, or should I reset and do more runs until I successfully get to the nether? I love when it just hallucinates a hand. It's like I didn't have one until now, and suddenly I do. Ooh, this is a good start. No, it's not dirt. It's... I forgot the name of the fucking material. Might be out of luck on this run, boys. Granite, thank you, guys. Oh, it just moved me up way too high. I've definitely lost it now, yeah. Rip. This is quite a run. When I watched that one, like and saw that it took like 2 minutes, I was like, you have to be able to do this way faster. Not that simple. This is good. Yeah, there's no way. I got a minute 30 left. Can I do it? I did not see lava. If you saw lava, I screwed up. Yeah, this just makes me feel bad for the children. Like, so much of the AI generated bullshit is targeted at kids. Like, I'm sure we've all seen some of the like TikTok AI slop. I hadn't thought about that as like games. Like, what if those crappy like mobile game ad games are real and they're just generated really poorly by AI and like force kids to play them? Remember all those like tales that we would hear as kids of like the Pokemon that was hidden under the truck in the certain place that was like playground, like fairy tale stuff? Now, if games are actually generated like this for children, oh God. Just imagine like the crappy movie tie-in games that exist. Like, I'll never forget Jimmy Neutron PS2 game. I'm gonna hide the screen in case it shows inappropriate things. I have no idea how things work on the internet nowadays. Yeah, I remember this absolute garbage dumpster fire of a fucking game that like barely functioned. That was just a like movie tie-in, and this existed to help the brand of the company, not for people to actually play it. There's also the Rocket Power PS1 game. Oh man, this is probably the worst video game I've ever played. It just like, it didn't function. It like, this looks lame. I promise you, it's even lamer than it looks. Like it was if Tony Hawk had all of the fun removed. Absolute garbage. And I think things like this are the future of games for kids. Right now, all the kids just play Fortnite. And they put all of the brands into Fortnite because it's cheaper. But all the companies that are doing these tie-ins, like Nickelodeon and like Cartoon Network and Disney and all those companies, like their goal isn't to make great games. Their goal is to maximize the amount of money that they're making on their IPs while minimizing the cost to maintain them. They don't care about games at all. I could definitely see a future where they use AI tools either to skin an existing game with their assets or just generate new ones on the fly based on what's popular. This has disaster written all over it if it gets reliable enough to do those types of things. So, yeah. I don't got too much else to say. Is there anything else here that you guys think I'm missing? I feel like I've covered a lot here, and I am so apologetic to FaZe for having to figure out how to turn this into a video for me. There's a lot of things that are popular and garbage, especially for children. I'm mostly concerned for the kids. I don't think that like adults are going to be playing all sorts of AI generated games. I think kids who don't know the difference are going to have this stuff shovel fed to them. Like, I still remember, like, many people don't recall how bad things were in the Atari era. This is a common myth that turned out to actually be true. So the Atari sold better than anyone expected. It was the first major home game console. And Atari didn't pick which games were published. It was a kind of open standard, so anyone could publish games to Atari without Atari's permission. And the result was there were just bins full of garbage games for the Atari. And there was no culture around like reviewing them and figuring out which ones were and weren't good. People just bought the game that had the like characters they recognized on it. So when ET came out, an ET game was rushed out, and the ET game is notoriously one of the worst pieces of video game history. It's so comically, hilariously bad. It's so bad. It's so bad that they made way too many copies, and thankfully, because it was so notoriously bad, nobody bought it, and they straight up had to bury hundreds of thousands of copies of it in a landfill in New Mexico. That's how bad shovelware games were before. Nintendo's big innovation was you couldn't just make a game for the NES. They were very strict about their trademark, about their publishing, about all of those things. In order to get like the Nintendo seal of approval and to be an official NES game, Nintendo had to approve of it. I'm scared that the AI stuff's going to push us back in this direction, especially for the children. And that's all I can think of. And as silly as it is to start with Minecraft, it also shows why I'm so scared, because the children love Minecraft. The children yearn for the mines. And if those mines are AI generated, it's just slop. Oh, is this from the dev? Diffusion for world modeling. Interesting. This is interesting. I'll save this for later. But you said that they had comments on HN? Oh, here. Oh, it's actually a whole GitHub for the model. Cool. So this is the model that they were using. It's Oasis, a universe in a transformer. We're excited to announce Oasis, the first playable real-time open-world AI model. It's a video game, but entirely generated by AI. Oasis is the first step in our research towards more complex interactive worlds. It takes in user keyboard inputs and generates real-time gameplay, including physics, game rules, and graphics. You can move around, jump, pick up items, break blocks, and more. There's no game engine, just a foundation model. We believe fast transformer inference is the missing link to making generative videos a reality. Using Descartes' inference engine, we can show that real-time video is possible. When Etched's transformer ASIC, Sohu, is released, we can run models like Oasis in 4K. Interesting that they're doing a ASIC. If you're not familiar, it's a chip built for specific purposes with a lot of headers on it. Or if you're not familiar with the term ASIC, what does it even stand for? Application-specific integrated circuit. Cool. It is a processor built to do one specific thing really well. They got popular during the early Bitcoin mining days, but they can be used for all sorts of things like this utter fucking chaos. So what they're being used for here, theoretically, is to take the things that this model needs and do them much, much faster so they can theoretically do them at 4K. It will still hallucinate just as much, but at least it'll be more pixels. Interesting. I was going to bring up Sora, which is the OpenAI video model. Oh, look at that. Just like I described, it uses the current frames and then a diffusion transformer that takes in the user input to predict what frames are next. Perfect. Just as I explained it. I wish I saw this before. In contrast to bidirectional models like Sora, Oasis generates frames auto-regressively with the ability to condition each frame on game input. This enables users to interact with the world in real time. The model was trained using diffusion forcing, which denoises with independent per-token noise levels and allows for novel decoding schemes such as ours. We train on a subset of open-source Minecraft video data collected by OpenAI. Interesting that the video data was collected by OpenAI for Minecraft. There are few things where there is more data you can use than Minecraft. Like, we probably already, just those two playlists are probably thousands of hours of gameplay. It's nonstop. The sheer amount of Minecraft gameplay that exists is fucking hilarious. There's like, I would argue that the only thing there's probably more of on the internet than porn is Minecraft gameplay. I do want to keep comparing to Sora, though, because Sora did some very interesting things. Yeah. I thought this was confirmed before. I guess it's not. Many people have been theorizing that Sora, again, OpenAI's video model, was actually trained on Unreal Engine 5. Not as in, like, they pointed at the code of UE5 or that they even, like, gave it the engine. But since with Unreal Engine, you can generate a world, which is data that represents what things are where, and then you can do something much cooler, which is create an infinite number of videos of that place by just moving the camera around in many different ways. You can now take one world and generate thousands of hours of video from it that you can throw at your model. And theoretically, now it can have enough data to know the different ways cameras move and if you move around an object, what it's supposed to look like. And you can tell because a lot of the motion and a lot of the example footage they have is stuff that you can't really do IRL that would make a lot of sense in a game engine. Like this one. Kind of looks like drone footage, but the smoothness of the camera tilt suggests otherwise. And a lot of the things that we've seen and a lot of the stuff that we've seen it generate, I'll just be honest, the person who does a lot of Unreal Engine and Game Engine stuff just for fun, it has a very UE5 look to it. Like this guy. Just this just looks like you turned up ray tracing too high. So we have some confirmation from chat from somebody who has a friend working on Sora that believes this is correct. There's a lot of info, a lot of people that suggest this is very likely how they've trained it. So it makes it even more interesting that it seems like they're not doing that here. It's also interesting they called out that they're trying to make it's also interesting they called out their goal is to have temporal stability. So again, like if you look away and look back, the thing you were looking at before will still be there. That's not what I experienced when I just tried it, but they're trying to make that happen. In autoregressive models, errors compound, and small imperfections can quickly snowball into glitch frames. Solving this requires innovations in long context generation. We solve this by deploying dynamic noising, which adjusts inference time noise on a schedule. Injecting noise in the first diffusion forward passes to reduced error accumulation. Interesting. So they intentionally add noise and reset the noise after a certain amount of time to keep you from getting trapped in noise hell. Very interesting. Very interesting. You guys know all the stories of people who have like a memory error in their codes. They just set it. God, I remember one. Somebody had a server that was out of memorying every 2 days. So they took one of those like automatic light controls. That's like an outlet that has a little timer thing on it that you set to like power on and off your lights. And they put their server on that so it would turn itself off every day in order to handle the memory, in order to prevent the memory from going out of bounds, which is just hilarious. This is effectively that, but for the noise in your frames, which is really funny. Also, a good call out here is their model generates frames significantly faster than others. Like Sora, I've heard horrifying things for how slow the render times are. Like sometimes it can take a day to do a 10-second video versus them, they can do 25 FPS. That means it can almost be real time. And again, as they call out, new hardware is needed in order to make as they call out here, they still need custom hardware in order to make this cost effective at scale. Because I'm pretty sure each user, when you play that, is getting a dedicated H100. How expensive is an H100 GPU? Yeah. You're borrowing a $25,000 GPU for 5 minutes whenever you do a run on AI Minecraft, which is kind of hilarious. There are difficulties with the sometimes fuzzy video in the distance. Motherfucker, it's more than sometimes. Precise control over inventories. The inventories don't work. It's a bit bold. These, I feel like they're the ones hallucinating right now when they think it's not that big a deal. It's so far. It's so far. Interesting. Here, this is some comments from one of the engineers that worked on this. This is a comment from somebody on HN being skeptical. I don't see how you design and ship a game like this. You can't design a game by setting model weights directly. I do see how you might clone a game, eventually without all the missing things like object permanence and other long-term state. But the inference engine is probably more expensive to run than the game engine it somewhat emulates. What is this tech useful for? Genuine question from a long-time AI person. I'm not going to read the answer. I'm going to do my own theory. So with something like Minecraft, that's all just pixels and blocks, obviously this isn't better than just running it on your own GPU, especially when you consider the fact that this has to run on a really powerful GPU instead. You could just run Minecraft remotely and it would be a much better experience. But that's assuming that the thing that we are generating new frames of is something that any computer can render. If it was something that was way higher quality, if it was something that had insane levels of, like, everyone's favorite buzzword, ray tracing, that couldn't run on any GPU traditionally, this is a different way of doing it. The same way if we go to, like, what I was drawing here, if we had video, like before we had the ability to do B-frames and frames that had motion data instead of full frames, back when video was every single frame being encoded, we could only go up to 480p. But once we introduced these new ways to encode and decode video and these new compression formats and methods, suddenly we could do video up to 1080p, up to 4K, up to 8K, and even higher. If we think of this as a method of exponentially decreasing the power needed over the quality of the image, where Minecraft and Crysis are effectively just as expensive for that model to render. That's what's interesting here, is the barrier we have now of the amount of things you can do in a game engine being limited by the user's GPU is fundamentally different if instead of it being generated with all of the data of everything going on in the world, is generated based on the frames that you're looking at. So for a game that's easy to run, this is way worse. But for a game that we can't even fathom right now because it's impossible to run, this would perform fine. Let's see what the developer says instead. They said yep, which is a weird reply to this. There's no question here that you can say yep to. Regardless, let's read the rest. Which is why a key point for our next models is to get a state that you can code a new world using prompting. I like they have code and prompting in quotes. Apparently their goal is so that you can create a world with a prompt and create a game with a prompt. Kind of crazy. I agree that these tools become insanely useful only once there's a very good way for creators to develop new worlds and games on top of these systems, and then the users can interact with those worlds. At the end of the day, it should provide the same API as the game engine does. Creators develop worlds, users interact with those worlds. The nice thing is that if AI can actually fill the role, then it would be, one, potentially much easier to create worlds and games, and two, users could interact with a world that could change to fit each game session. This is truly infinite worlds. And I went from, I did my best to steelman this, and they're making it very hard for me. Quantity is not better than quality. We've learned this over and over again in the gaming world. Here's an example that is partial to my heart. You guys might have heard of Starfield. If you haven't, leave a comment, because I want to have more proof that people don't actually know about Starfield. Starfield is a game by the people who made Elder Scrolls. They have been trying for a long time to see how much stuff they can stuff into one single game. And the result is you can put a lot of things into a game if they are literally just walking around an empty fucking world. It is one of the worst games I've ever played. Not because it's like so broken it's bad, or because it's like offensively terrible or the gameplay doesn't work. It's bad in the same way that like a stale waffle is bad. But now imagine you have a fridge that's entirely full of stale waffles. Like, theoretically, you could live off of that. Sure. But it's a bunch of stale fucking waffles. And it's so embarrassing. And just for comparison's sake, I wonder if I can find, if I search for it quick. I did a comparison because, again, Starfield's goal was to put as much stuff in the game as possible. I'm going to mute so you don't have to listen to the sound. This was an early important cutscene in Starfield where it just cuts to a person full frame. These people are supposed to be talking to each other and looking at each other, but you never see that. All you see is them. Why is sound coming from my computer? Why, when I mute things, do they not fucking stay muted? God damn it. So this is supposed to be an important cutscene with two main characters talking to each other, looking at each other directly. But instead of showing that, since their model for how conversations happen is so simple, so they can stuff as many in as possible, whoever's talking, it just centers in on them, and the other people don't even exist. And it will like bug out randomly too. Like somebody at some point here like walks up too close, and it gets super fucking awkward. They just like stand there and stare because they don't know how to turn off their fucking interaction model when these things are happening. Versus Mass Effect, and this isn't the remaster, this is the 2010 version. Just like the difference in like camera angles in the scenes and actually thinking through like where things are placed and the relationships between them. It's actually done with some amount of care and thought. It's fucking hilarious how big the gap is there. To go a little deeper in Mass Effect lore, Mass Effect 1 had a thing called the Mako, where you could land on planets. It's like, well, these are space games. You're supposed to explore the universe. And in Mass Effect 1, you could land the Mako on a handful of planets and explore them. But since these were meant to be like these big planets to explore, they sucked. There was nothing in them. There was nothing to do on these planets, and they were the most hated part. They were so hated that they removed it entirely from Mass Effect 2 and 3 because they learned the lesson. The same thing happened with No Man's Sky, because No Man's Sky promised an infinite universe, and everybody was so hyped for this idea of a universe you could explore forever. Who cares about how much you could explore if there's nothing to fucking do? The magic of exploration isn't how many things there are to explore, it's the quality of the things you discover. And that quality is missing when you expand to have these giant universes. And obviously, everything becomes an Outer Wilds plug. There have been like 5 times I wanted to plug Outer Wilds during this. What's funny with this is, I won't spoil the mechanic, but in Outer Wilds, there's a mechanic that's very similar to the way the AI hallucination from the beginning of this video worked. Let me know in the comments if you know what I'm talking about, but don't spoil it for people who haven't played. Play this fucking game. If you take anything from me, if you trust my opinions on anything at all, and you're vaguely interested in video games, please play this game. Ideally not on the Switch. The Switch version doesn't run great, but on everything else, it's wonderful. This is the best game I've ever played. It is very important to me. The less you know going in, the more magical of an experience you'll have. But the solar system in Outer Wilds feels really big, but is really small. And every one of these planets can be explored. And most of them are mostly empty, but the parts that aren't grab your attention and have so much thought and care put into them. It's so good. It's magical. And once you've played something like that, the promise of infinite worlds that was made here, this isn't a real promise. That's not a good thing. Like, nobody wants this. These games don't do well. We give them up in favor of the ones that have more thought and care put into them. That's not where I see the potential value of this tool. But this is a problem that happens a lot with these VC things. And you guys know me, I'm not the anti-VC person. A lot of people like to assume that if they take this thing they don't understand and make it 100 times more efficient, that it gets better. I see this a lot with people building tools for YouTubers. Like, oh, I'd be a YouTuber, but it's too hard. If only the tools were easier, then I would be a YouTuber. There would be so many more YouTubers. The hard part isn't the fucking tools. The same thing with code. It's like, well, if it was easier to code, everyone would be a coder. We would have so many more things being built. But I couldn't figure out how to code because it was too hard. You're not a good person to make AI code tools if you think that. If you think that what gamers want is infinite worlds, you shouldn't be making tools for game devs. If you think what software developers want is infinite code generation and infinite features for their apps, you shouldn't be in charge of software developers either. If you think what YouTubers want is a magic tool that auto-creates their videos for them, stay the fuck away from YouTube. Stop trying to automate things you don't understand. Focus in on the things you're actually good at and make solutions to the problems that you have within the things you're good at. I got nothing else on this one. I'm sad because there are cool things here. Like, genuinely, I see a lot of potential with what they are exploring here in terms of generative video processing. But as a way to create games in infinite worlds, fuck no. You're automating the process of making terrible games. And all this is going to be is brain rot for kids. And that's my biggest concern, is what we are selling here as a noble goal to make infinite game generation is actually going to be a slot machine for children. Until next time, peace, nerds. Phase, wait for a second. I'm going to redo the intro because I had an idea. First, there was Minecraft Java Edition. Then there was Minecraft Pocket Edition, a little version we could play on our little Sony phones. Eventually, that became Minecraft Bedrock Edition. That was on lots of different systems. But there's a new version of Minecraft that just dropped. It's not official, but is officially really interesting. That is Minecraft AI Edition. Okay, it's not the real name. It's Oasis. It's a model for generating video on the fly really fast. And when I say on the fly, I mean it. It's like 25 FPS video generation versus less than a frame per second from existing models. And as a result, you can play a game that is being generated on the fly. The results are interesting. So let's dive in. In this video, I'm going to play some of this AI-generated Minecraft. I'm going to explain how it works. Most importantly, explain where this fits in the industry and how it might destroy our conception of video games as we know them today. Stick through, because this is a good one. Before we get there, quick word from today's sponsor. Cool. Much better intro. I don't think that'll be that long. It's about an hour of recording, and chopped down, it should be quite a bit shorter. Of this here, I'm going to leave that server, because fuck that shit. I'm labeling that one as priority, closest thing we have to a priority video right now. Cool. One down. Switching React into Rails. If Rails is just your API and you build React separately, fine. If you really want to have your React and your backend in the same code base and you don't want to use JavaScript on the backend like Next, it's pretty much like you need to go use Laravel. Laravel's done a great job with inertia, so you can properly build a relationship between that front-end React code and the backend server code. Yeah, if they're refusing to build headless, but they're trying to build with React, you can't pick Rails. There's like a triangle of like backend serves your front end, Rails, React, pick two. You can't have all three. It's like impossible to have all three. I'm gonna do the React Lua video eventually. I have a lot of connections for it. I have a lot of info on it, but that one I need to like write. Let me thank all the subs that I missed while we were doing that, and then we can get started with the next video. We got him on here with the 27 months. Appreciate that a ton. Everybody hitting that 2-year mark lately. It's crazy I've been around that long. We got Wolf 2000. We got Wolf 2001 here with the 17 month. Thank you for that. Violet Fox with the Prime. Always good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Wouter, 18 months straight, 28 total. As OG as they come. Thank you as always, Wouter. We got Ben Dev here, 6 months in. MJC Dev here, 21 months. God damn, you guys have been around for a while. Oh shit, Sebastian here. React is great, by the way. On that note, Gabriel, have we checked the most recent This Week in React, or 2 or 3, to make sure we haven't missed anything important? And we got the Makabu here with the Prime. Thank you for that as well. Oh, I forgot to get nerd sniped on the video encoding options thing. So, is the person who asked about what streaming encoder to use, H.264, H.265, whatnot, here still? If you're still here, I'll go on that rant. If not, I'll do it much quicker. It won't be a video, but I just am always happy to rant about video stuff. Yes, the companion window video, I think that one's already out. Yeah, I remember people being mad at me for supporting Google for something that they thought was traditional pop-ups, like they'd get ads with it. The hover mode barely fucking works is the problem. So like half the time I go to it, it doesn't appear. Updates for the compiler, the biggest thing this week. It creates new subcomponents for you. Very interesting. Very interesting. There's a lot of news this week, just not in software dev. Probably a good thing. Yeah, this is what I hate. I wish that I could have the hotkey like trigger the hover on and off instead of it triggering the actual thing sliding in and out. I'm increasingly close to making my own browser. I really don't want to. Okay, so I lost the chat for the person who asked about H.264 versus H.265. So I'll give a really quick TLDR. H.265 and AV1 are harder to encode as well as decode. They are comically harder to encode and meaningfully harder to decode, which means you have to have enough supported hardware to actually make H.265 and AV1 on your device in order to send it out in the first place. And the people who are consuming it have to have AV1 decoding as well on their devices. And most devices have no hardware encoding for H.265. Many still don't have the decode either. Because of that, most streaming platforms don't just take the AV1 or H.265 video stream you send them and resend that to other people. They will have to re-encode that for you into other formats like H.264 so that the users that you have, the viewers that go to your stream that need H.264 can have it. And because of that, it's more expensive for the platform. There is significant additional latency. And you end up with things like on Twitch where they restrict who has the ability to send additional encodings. There are different solutions to this problem. The one that Twitch is going with is working with OBS so that you can set up your OBS to send multiple different encodings. So you can send a 4K H.265 and you can send a 720p H.264, and now you have two options for users that you're generating both of on your device. So the issues are a combination of, how do I put it? The issues are a combination of, can your computer encode the video? Can the viewer's video decode the video? And can the platform reasonably quickly re-encode it to other options for the people who need different things? Like, let's say you can't receive the whole 4K, you just want 720p. Turning an H.264 video from 1080 to 720 is a lot easier than doing it with H.265. And I haven't even gotten into video editor performance, which is a problem that we care a lot about, because my video editor needs to be able to churn through our videos relatively quickly. And if we were to send him H.265, it would slow his editor down to a fucking crawl, because those new methods, the video, it's counterintuitive, but the video file being smaller actually makes it harder to play back, because less data means that more compression was applied, and that compression takes cycles on your device to generate into actual frames again. Hopefully that's helpful. Yeah, YouTube just blindly re-encodes everything for you. Yeah, isn't bandwidth cheaper than CPU? Depends on how many viewers. If you have one viewer, absolutely bandwidth is cheaper than CPU costs. But if you have a lot of viewers, and some percentage of those viewers don't have a powerful enough CPU or enough bandwidth, then you need to send them a 360p H.264 thing. And that ends up being cheaper. If you have like 100 people that prefer 360p, you're going to lose half because they don't have enough bandwidth, and the other half are going to cost you a shitload of money if they're on 1080p plus instead. And you only have to re-encode once. If I have 10,000 viewers, I only have to encode 1080p, 720p, 360p, audio only. Those are the only encodes I have to do. If I have 5 viewers or 5,000 viewers or 50,000 viewers, you only have to do 2 to 5 encodings. It's relatively cheap in that regard. But if you have one viewer and you're doing 5 encodings, you're just throwing away money. What do you got for me here, Gabriel? Oh, the last grid video didn't do well enough, or masonry video didn't do well enough for me to like go deeper, but I did see that there is more drama here. I'm going to save this to read myself later. Ooh. I did see this was happening. I love Johnny. This dude works hard. I'm saving this for later exploration as well. I've been meaning to do more video in React and video in the browser type content because it's something that's fun for me. This is kind of nuts, actually. The website's struggling a bit with my screen size. I'm melted in here. I'm going to crank the fucking AC. Give me a sec. Okay, I already feel the difference. I feel the air coming in. Ah, that's nice. This seems fun, but not necessarily very me. Also saving it. This, I'm gonna send this to low level quick. I don't need to hide our DMs. Our DMs are literally me just sending him GIFs. Those GIFs being crazy exploits that I see. New NPM alternative? Oh boy. Oh, Volt launched. Curious. More things to explore later. How did, like, nobody notice that this dropped? Wait, did they drop that today? They don't want people to know that this dropped. If they drop this on the 4th, then, like, their goal is to hide it. You don't drop a project. You don't drop a project like this during election week if you want people to know about it. So I know I could talk about Blue Sky. I've gotten some really cool stuff about, like, how it works from Dan that I need to go through still. I know I do, but I just got the @Theo handle. I hope you guys have to sympathize. I just got the handle right as the exodus from Twitter happened. They don't do a great job of explaining why you would want to use this at all. I don't want to give these guys free marketing when they don't even know how to market themselves. Yeah, they need to make my job easier. You got for me here. Oh yeah, this one. I thought I put this in the notes. Did I not? Oh, I put that in for how apps and web differ. Because I want to do a breakdown of, like, how routing works. Yeah, but I hang out with normies on Twitter. They're not going to use domains. Yeah, I totally get that, Addy. I don't expect anyone to be on Twitter for me. Yeah, this is mostly for, that's what I thought. It's like their goal is private packages, but easier. So you can charge for versions of your packages. I did see the Q BitTorrent thing. I need to go update mine on my desktop. I don't use it much, but yeah, scary shit. Most of Arc's features aren't what I want. I just want the sidebar, and you can't do that in Chrome because you have to hide the top bar, and you don't get that level of control in Chrome, sadly. I want to do this one because it has been a journey. Don't put these stressful decisions on me, Addy. That's too tough. I think addy.lol is pretty good. I'm the reason Zen has attention. I'm the one who like made it go viral. The issue with Zen is it's Firefox based. Nothing else about it is wrong. It's actually really, really promising, and I might even get over my hatred of Firefox to use it more seriously. Let's start the worst code ever thing. Peace, Gabriel. I have an intro in mind. Cool. Ever see code that is so bad that it makes you question your entire career as a software dev? It makes you think, is this really worth it? I have on Twitter as a wallpaper. I don't have words for this. I've been thinking about this since I saw it a few days ago, and I could keep sitting here suffering in silence. But instead, I'm going to bring you all down the rabbit hole with me. We're going to go through this line by line, as well as the history of where this code came from and why it exists and how we ended up here in the first place. From the if true equals true to the weird internet use cases, we have a lot to dive into here. But first, a quick word from today's sponsor. Cool. Anyways, as I mentioned before, I saw this because somebody posted it as a developer coder wallpaper. And then my researcher, Gabriel, quote tweeted it with some dunk on it. And I was like, oh God, this is terrible. And I did my own dunk that went relatively viral. But I kept thinking about it. I really wanted to understand where it came from. Specifically because it's all syntactically correct, except for at the end here, this show login failed thing. That's not valid syntax, but everything else was. And what I ended up finding is this Reddit post. So let me see if I have the link in here. I don't. I have it in our research channel, though. Yeah, Addy helped out, too. I found this source from a deleted programming horror post, which I also found on, and I also found it on Web Archive, and the image did work before. Okay, cool, it's working again. And this is, as far as I can tell, the closest thing we have to the original code. I know that because they got rid of the weird thing in the show. And I'm pretty sure, other than that, the code is identical. API service equals select from var, account length, I++. Oh, return true. Yeah. It's so weird to change just this and to add this login failed there. I don't know how that happened. I really don't. The only other missing piece is this comment here. To do, put this in a different file, which is hilarious. The one thing I never could find is when this login failed got added to this awful copy pasta code where it would end up in the place it's in now. But first, we should break down the code itself. No, I don't want to send to the split view. I want to separate the tabs. Cool. So let's go through this one line at a time. First, we have to do, put this in a different file. On line 541 in Sublime text. Great sign. Great starting point. This isn't a script tag, so the rest is probably HTML, and what they're saying here isn't necessarily like put this on the server-side files where it probably should go. What they're saying here is put this in a different file, probably a JS file, because this is an HTML file, and you shouldn't have how your authentication works in your HTML, because people will inspect it, see it, and if you just put it in your JS, it's totally safe, right? Right? If you think that's where this falls apart, you have no idea how horrible we're about to get here. We then have an authenticate user function. This authenticate user function is spelt correctly. And that's all of the compliments I can give it. From here, we go downhill very alarmingly quickly. Their accounts equals API service.sql, select star from users. Yes, what this code does is fetches all of the users from your database. It stores them as a variable. And I will admit, I've written code like this here and there. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. But I never once did this on the client side because that is really dumb. Why would you do that? The closest thing I can come up with that even vaguely made sense that I've done recently, I'm working on a project, 1 app, 5 stacks, where I build the same app in 5 different stacks. And obviously one of those is TypeScript and Next.js server component stuff. And in here, I have my results page that calls get rankings, which doesn't need get all Pokemon. Wait, do I not even do this here this way? Oh yeah, I put this all in a KV. Never mind. I don't even do this that badly here. I was going to show code where I select every single value from my SQL database. I don't even do that here. I knew better. I grab all of the Pokemon, which is coming from a cached API call. But first off, this only runs on the server. And second off, I'm not selecting star from a table on my database in my code. So much less bad. There are a lot of other worse things that you should worry about here, like the fact that if you can call SQL directly on the client, anyone can call SQL directly from the client. And since this API service thing is a global, otherwise you wouldn't be able to call it here, the user would be able to inspect element, go to console, and type in API service.sql, and in here, delete star from users. And now you don't have a database anymore. Because again, this is running on the client. Their API service is just exposing the database to the client as a direct tunnel. Insanity. And it only gets worse as we scroll. For var I equals 0, I is less than accounts.length, I++. Okay, before you question things, and I know a lot of you were already questioning here, where's the await? How are you calling this and not waiting? This code was almost certainly written before async await were a thing, and they were certainly doing blocking XHR requests here. So it is holding up your JS thread while it waits for this code to come back. That's what's happening here. That also means this was before for each. Probably also before map. So this was the only way in JavaScript to select individual things one at a time from a list. Disgusting. But what's much funnier is we're just looking for any account where the username and password match, and then we return true. Theoretically speaking, wait, no, never mind. Actually, I'll read this. Theoretically speaking, this is all the code we saw. There's a massive security hole in the fact that this API service is exposed on the client side. But as long as this password is being passed in a hashed way, like before we call authenticate user, we hash the password, at least these users' passwords aren't being exposed to everyone. It's just their hashes, right? Right? Well, if we scroll, we see we are just grabbing them from the form directly. But we're not even done with the authenticate user function yet, because we haven't gotten to the magnum opus, the creme de la creme, the beauty, the art. I'm excited for AI to take over, because it can't be worse than this. What almost certain... I'm going to do my best to Steelman here as I stumble over my words in awe. My guess is that at some point, the left side wasn't string true. The left side was account.isActive or something. So if account.isActive equals string true, not even true the Boolean, but the string true, which is probably why it's a string, because they probably grabbed this from the database originally. So it was probably checking in here, if account.isActive equals true the string, return true, otherwise whatever. And they probably just copied that out or made the change and then left it there because it worked. But there's 17 ways to simplify this. Even if you just made it not an if statement, you just did return true equals true or not equal true. Because no, if true is true, return false. No, I'm trying my hardest to even think how this could happen, and I'm struggling. Why does this happen? At least their jQuery code kind of works. So they have an ID login, so that's the field or the button tagged login. And if you click it, then var username has to select the username's value, password, select password field's value. Authenticated is the result of authenticate user, username, password. And here is the underrated goat of this code. If authenticated equals true, $.cookie, logged in, yes. They instantly set a cookie on the client side to know that you're logged in, which means if there is any server code that is being blocked here, it's only checking logged in yes on the client side. And it expires almost immediately too. What does expires 1 even do? I'm using the jQuery star.cookie function. Pass it expire time. Let's make sure I get this right. Lost it. It expires :1. The number represents days, not hours or minutes, in the expires on jQuery. Thank you for confirming that, Claude. I did not know. God, that is stupid. I want to go a step further. You know what? We're going to take advantage of Claude here. I can't suffer alone any longer. Thanks, Arc, for fucking hard locking because I opened up Cursor. That's great. My whole browser is currently frozen. Yeah, totally not a dead browser. Okay, somebody in here wrote out the code. Yeah, here it is. I do love this comment, though. I'm going to suggest to show this on interviews at my working place, and that the minimum requirement should be to point out at least 4 bad things here. I actually like that. That's a good interview question. I normally go the opposite, like showing really good code and asking like, what does this do? Oh, fuck. That's not what I wanted to do. No, I'm not going to make her suffer. Let's try again. What does this code do? This code appears to be problematic authentication implementation with several serious security issues. The code implements a login functionality that takes a user and password from form inputs, attempts to authenticate the user, sets a cookie, and shows an error message. The major security vulnerabilities include plaintext passwords, SQL injection risks, insecure authentication, weak session management, because it uses an easily modifiable logged in equals yes, strange and redundant logic, code organization issues. Yeah. Thank you, Claude. So helpful. If only Claude existed when they did this. There is one detail that is important to how this exists, because most people are probably thinking here, like, somebody made this as a joke. This is just fake code somebody made to outrage people. No. It was being used on an intranet app. That's not a typo. That's intranet, which means it is a local network at a business, probably. So a company has their own network that isn't exposed publicly. So only employees will have access to this tool. And I have seen horrifying things in these types of code bases. The code bases where you can't go to the page unless you're plugged into an Ethernet at the office because they're not exposed externally. They tend to think a lot less about security of these things. Apparently we have more context here. The original poster deleted their comment, but this is said comment. It's absolutely being used in practice right now. The worst bit, the internet is public. Oh God, no. It's not a traditional intranet. It's not local only. It's not locked to a network. It's exposed publicly. You can access it from the company's website. Oh my God. Ugh. Also worth noting that they called out, this isn't related to Capital One. They were complaining about something on a finance forum. That's why the account is Capital One Throwaway, so don't read into that. Although I wouldn't be surprised if this was a finance company. But God, like, I can't even, like, try to semi-fucking steelman this. This is insane. Did the version on... This one's actually funny. Apparently this user also posted other similarly horrifying code here and there. An API with no security, executing SQL with JavaScript fetch requests. Loading.html, establishing secure connection. The closest thing to security in this code base is the use of the words establishing secure connection. Bold. Set timeout, loading, processing security protocol. 2000, and then 3 seconds. Secure connection established. Just lying with timeouts. Also, these two contradict. These are 2-3 second timeouts. Like, these are going to conflict, and it's just a weird race condition. API service dot send request. Select star from analytics where user ID equals plus user ID. Even if this was server-side code, this would be bad. Oh, man. I'll be honest. The most believable thing in here is the hard-coded server name. This suggests that this code was actually real and being used for an internal tool. This is... Okay, I think I figured it out. This is either a data analyst or an IT person who was forced to write code to expose the stuff that they do. I'm leaning data person because they're selecting from analytics here. So my guess is that this is what all data and IT people do, which let me... This is yet another XKCD I reference all the time. I'm just outside town, so I should be there in 15 minutes. Actually, it's looking more like 6 days. No, wait, 30 seconds. The author of the Windows file copy dialog visits some friends. This is also my experience with every data analyst and IT person, because they're used to estimates being fucking wise always, so they're just doing the same thing here. If this is a data person and they're used to their tools lying to them about loading states, we shouldn't be surprised that they're lying to us about loading states too. And the fact that they have the same set timeout call 3 times here, such that they would contradict, because all of these happen synchronously. It's like this gets called, then this, then this, then this, then this. It doesn't seem like they understand the concept of synchronous versus asynchronous, because now these are all going to fight. This is obviously somebody who doesn't write JavaScript for a living. This is somebody who does something else. It is quickly trying to write some JavaScript in order to do their job. Still absolutely fucking horrifying, though. The thing I wanted to check, there's the DevRant thing. Does this one have... It's the exact same picture, right? Yeah, it is. This is just a repost of the Reddit thing, I think. All of these screenshots are different editors, so this is just somebody stealing screenshots. Cool. So we've confirmed that. But that means the source of this picture might be older. Because the Reddit post is only 7 years. No, it's 8 years ago. Okay, so that person just stole it from Reddit. Can we see the exact date? Okay, April 20th, 2017. Wow, I had started my job at Twitch when this dropped. I was thinking, oh, 8 years. That was a while ago. I'm fucking old now. Does this one have an exact date somewhere? Is there any way to get an exact date on here? On DevRant, whatever the fuck the site is? I'm positive that it's just stolen, but it'd be cool to know. These are all 2018 or much later, 2017. Oldest instance. Sort by oldest. Yeah, it was that Reddit post was the oldest version. So now let's take this one. The updated one that has the login syntax error. Strange that I can find from that the same results, even though that image is like meaningfully distinct. Interesting. Here, this one has the login failed bit. It's from an Italian Facebook page. Okay, we're making progress. Doesn't have the login fail. Do any of these? No, okay. Interesting. Oh, wait. Doesn't even have the space. What? This has been transformed so many times. That's really interesting. Login failed doesn't have the space in it. Here it does. What's going on here? This is a fucking journey. Well, I can say confidently that we've put more thought into this code than the developer did, but goddamn. I'm gonna not show my Facebook profile unless I absolutely have to. Yeah, the page still exists, and they're still posting on it. Okay, I have my theory. My theory is when this got added to this Italian shitty programmer Facebook page, that they wanted to make the code more readable for people who didn't speak English as well and make it clear what's happening. So they might have added the login failed here to indicate that. That's the only thing I can imagine. And $.show just, let me check. What does $element.show do? I'm assuming this changes it from like a hide to show. Yeah, it changes the CSS from none to its original value. That's what I thought, because I didn't think you could pass it arguments. Oh, you'd pass it arguments for how long it should take to show. I forget how based jQuery is. Like, that's such a useful thing. Interesting, yeah. So login failed is not a thing you can pass that at all. I just wanted to confirm that. But yeah, there's nothing you can pass to .show other than like numbers, unless you defined login failed as a number above. Oh, wait. That's a good point, chat. Is that different from... Where's the actual code again? Where did I put it? Here. Okay. That's another change. Let's go through this and check all the changes between these two now, because I feel gaslit and like I'm going insane. And both these open side by side. Why can't I resize? Okay, thanks a lot, Mac OS. That's so annoying. No. Okay, whatever. This is fine. So, authenticate user using password. This is all the same so far. Select star from users. Return true if true is true. Return false. Login, click, function, $, username, password. Okay, yeah, that's the only changes are on this line, which is weird because they got rid of the ID selector. So this can't work because you can't select error message without it being an ID or a class name. So you have to have a dot or a hash in front. Like this original version, this code works. It doesn't work well. You shouldn't use it, but it technically does. But this permutation of it doesn't. And which is the one that was in the tweet? Yeah. Okay. And how different is this one? I'm assuming it's mostly the same, but I want to confirm that. Yeah, it is. Okay, so why are they just changing this line over and over again? Why does the last line of the actual code get changed in all of these renditions of this code? What happened here? It's right in that snippet, right? Yeah, they did it right here. Let's search for this exact string on Google. So it has quotes in it. How do you search for an exact quote in Google when the quote has quotes in it? Can I escape those? Advanced search. That worked great. Time to go back to Claude. How can I search Google for an exact string if the string contains quotes in it? He's escape character, and it didn't put it in here. That's hilarious because this escape character got eaten by Claude's output. That's so funny. Okay, that worked. It's not exact results, though. What happened to exact results? Come on, I just wanted to find this. Well, if I search the .show login failed. Wow, somebody reposted it because I posted this. They threw it in programming horror again, not knowing that this is where it came from originally. Someone reposted just the top half of it here. Oh, that's a good comment. I thought they said online voting couldn't be safe. Ooh, what do you have for me here? This is an old enough HN post, or this is an old enough Stack Overflow. This is actually probably where they got it from. How did you find this via search? Closest thing you can find. Yeah, interesting. If I compress that again, none. Interesting. That site's not even loading. Okay, I think I found everything I can on this one. Oh, God. Did this version screw up the quotes? Yeah. That one has different quotes. Okay. New theory. I think I figured it out. Okay, let me confirm this theory quick. Where's my other preview? Okay. I think this was copy pasted using a crappy text like OCR copy pasting. So like in Finder or in, for example, using what I have here with Mac OS Preview, I can select text in this like that. So my guess is somebody did that to grab it, quickly fixed any errors that they saw in it, and added that crappy login failed thing at the end there. And then somebody else OCR copied it for the second permutation of the image. But it's like, this one is so much higher res color-wise. Oh, wait, yep, I've confirmed my theory. See that? Look at how poorly encoded the fucking ligatures in the wrapping are on the characters. This is some weird AI bullshit. This one was made via an OCR copy. This one was made with some AI gen upscaler. Oh, good find, Maka. You're a fucking legend right now. Apparently, if you take the old one, what's this one? Is this the make sure I grab the right one. It's the WebP one, right? Yeah, it is. Cool. Let's quick actions, make this a JPEG quick. Cool. Upload a JPEG version. Upscale to 2x. Convert. So remember, I just put in the version that doesn't have the space in it. This one has just login failed. It didn't insert it. It did clean up the quality a bit. Apparently, Wi-Fi 2x is known for adding spaces like that sometimes. An AI gen upscaler based on the OCR copy. Yeah. Thanks, Blazing, for stopping by. Appreciate it. Were there specific settings I could hit here that would make it the most likely to have that same issue? Highest noise reduction? At the very least, we should be able to see the weird ligatures. Oh, it killed a bunch of the... Oh, no, it didn't. Yeah. You can see a lot of the weirdness. Yeah, there we are. See the weirdness in the rounding of the T here? That's from AI upscaling of the image for sure. Because remember, this is for a wallpaper. So what probably happened here is the person had the screenshot of this crappy old code. Where did I put it? I've already lost track of it. God, there's so many things open. Let's find it from here. Somebody probably had this old screenshot, removed the things from the corner and the top, and we're like, I want this to be a wallpaper, but it's too low res. And they used this Wi-Fi 2x upscaler to upscale it. That also probably introduced the space at the bottom there. and then just used that and didn't think anything of it because the code was already so bad, and they either didn't know code or their intent was for it to be a bad code thing. I'm going with that theory. I think we figured it out. What a journey. From this horrifying code to the more horrifying reasons it exists to the most horrifying reason that it's become a wallpaper. I think we figured it all out. And in the end, I still get to blame AI. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. That was a fun one. What a journey. I'm using ARM cord. It's been pretty good so far. Yeah, Ronan, Gift, and Addy, thank you for that. Appreciate it a ton. Thank you, Maka. Regardless, appreciate you as well. Thank you for stopping by, and thank you for throwing the prime. Keeps redirecting you to leg cord. Lol. So we had done a decent bit of the research before. We just kept finding more there. That was nuts. But yeah, I'm happy you get to hang out and watch live. We'll probably include a decent bit of it in the video because I like that. I like the video to be the journey, not just like the conclusion. And it's a lot easier to just show the journey rather than like recreate it after the fact. I've been learning that because I'm doing the 1 app 5 stacks video. And as I've been planning it, I'm realizing, oh, since I wrote all of the code before I recorded, I have to fake the story. I have to like tell the story and film the B-roll and structure all of it in order for it to communicate the month of bullshit I've gone through with this project and my deep, deep hatred of all things Rails. Oh man, if I've gotten anything from this project, it is a refined, pure, distilled hatred of Rails. Anyways. That is done. We're at 2 videos in a bit over 2 hours. And no, my hatred of Rails does not carry over to Laravel. Laravel does a much better job of embracing other things and like technologies that actually solve problems and is somewhat modern. I cannot say the same about Elixir. It's better. Like Elixir does a better job, in Phoenix in particular, of embracing modern stuff, but it's still missing pieces. I'll check that quick, Maka. Lol. Code from students. If length of output lines is greater than 0, yep, that looks like stats people code. Read output lines, grab the error, then read output lines more. That's hilarious. Anyways. Yeah, the sys.sleep is hilarious. Unlikely. what to do next. Yeah, it was a very long night. How y'all doing in YouTube chat? Maybe cover from a LaTeX PDF. I would be surprised if that made it into a LaTeX PDF, but not super surprised. I've not seen this. I mean, I've seen the Shetzian sidebar. I haven't like dove into it too much yet. The magic powering next. That's going to be the double set immediate call for partial pre-rendering. It's what I've been meaning to do. We'll definitely do that today. I promise you this won't happen. The same way we don't, like, we still have people who specialize in assembly. The need for it is significantly lower. And now, like, the main people who work in assembly are fucking working on FFmpeg. I think the bigger disaster than nobody knowing backend is people writing their fucking, like, open API, like, CRUD backends in Rust, which is something that we're seeing just as much of right now. Like, JavaScript on the backend is great because it acknowledges that most backend problems are relatively simple, and a simple language is a good solution to a simple problem. If the problems that you're dealing with are more complex than what CRUD entails, then using a language that better suits your needs is a great idea. But the acceptance, first and foremost, that backends are simple and dumb is very important. Sorry, Shabam. There will always be a stream unless I, like, announce otherwise. Give me, like, 30 seconds to grab something. Sorry about that. Anyways. Is already closing that soon. I haven't had a chance to reply. The guy who runs it hit me up. What I was going, you know what? I'm just gonna do what I was planning on. Give me 1 sec to prep that. Wait. Yeah. My survey content's been bombing. So I will just plug it. State of React. Wait, where is the next one? I thought there was one going on right now. Why does it not come up? That might be the problem. Okay, I think that's the issue. The issue is you can't find it when you fucking Google it. They did not market it very well this year. But yeah, everyone on Twitch and YouTube, State of React is up. Go give it a pass. Let me tweet it. The videos for surveys fucking bomb, and there's so much work, and the editing is such a grind for them. I just don't want to put people through that. Let me check some other things quick before I forget. Yo, Ian, thanks for the resub. Yeah, that's a good call. Yeah, they're enormous. You turn off the stream when I do survey stuff. Yeah, exactly. They're a lot. So I probably won't do a video on it just because it's so much work, and I probably won't do it on stream because, again, that's like 2+ hours of record time that we're losing, and I only get to stream so often. I'm doing this one. Fuck it. This one's too exciting. Perfect. Cool. Intro time. We've all probably heard the story of Bobby Tables. You know, this Bobby, the one whose mom named him with a special little string for a middle name. Little drop table students, as mom so affectionately calls him, Bobby Tables. Classic. Absolute classic. The joke here, in case you missed it, is since schools and other resources are going to take your son's name and put it into their database, if they're not properly sanitizing the inputs to their database queries, you can inject something like a drop table command, which is really bad. You can use this to destroy things. In this case, they lost the student records for that year. It's a joke. It's XKCD, but you get the point. By having this slightly entertaining name where you have in Robert's name, you end string, then drop table students, it's clear what your goal here was. It's to try and break services and systems that are trying to input their name. But what if this wasn't something as permanent as a student's name? What if instead of this being something as permanent as a person's name, there's something a little less permanent, you know, like a company's name? Well, it turns out that happened. Company forced a change name that could be used to hack websites. Oh boy. The web had a Bobby Tables, and I can't wait to go into it. But first, a quick word from today's sponsor. Cool. Got all that done. Apparently, Embed has another fun link for me, too. I will reference this at some point for sure. That is a classic. Software firm's director thought that their name, which used HTML, would be fun and playful. Love the generic screenshot of code that's like tab indented wrong for no reason. Love it. Absolutely love it. Company's house has forced a company to change its name after it belatedly realized it could pose a security risk. The company, now legally known as That Companies Whose Name Used to Contain HTML Script Tags Limited. I thought my naming with thing was good. Like, upload thing is great, but That Company Whose Name Used to Contain HTML Script Tags Limited is a better name for sure. God, why do you guys keep dropping awesome links? Apparently, this was set up by a British software engineer who says he did it purely because he thought it would be a fun, playful name for his consulting business. He now says that he didn't know that Company's House was actually vulnerable to the extremely simple technique that he used, known as cross-site scripting, which allows an attacker to run code from one website on another. So the company name was, quote, close tag, open tag, script source equals HTTPS MJT XSS HT limited. Which, if your website is doing this wrong, yeah, God, only government code is bad enough to actually have a cross-site script hack as a result. Do we check the source? Fine, we'll go to it. Subdomain has been banned from the XSS Hunter service. XSSHunter.com for more info. So, a passion project for many years. Offered the service free of charge because I enjoy seeing success people have had with it for bug bounties and other things. Apparently, it's gotten expensive to run. Interesting. So XSSHT is a service that they built to test if something can be cross-site scripted. If you can get the script tag in, it will throw an alert that says, hey, you've been hacked. And people in chat are suggesting that this person's job's likely pen testing. I would be surprised if it wasn't. Oops, wrong tab. Makes a lot of sense. Honestly, sure, this name is obviously they're trying to hack things, but at the same time, it is actually a funny name if that's what your company does. Let's keep reading. There's also a lot of other funny stories people are sending that are similar that we will absolutely be covering momentarily. But first, let's finish this. By beginning the name with a quote mark and a chevron, I've never heard somebody actually refer to a bracket as a chevron. That's throwing me more than it should. You can tell we're on a real news site, not a tech site. As I say, any site that failed to properly handle HTML code would have mistakenly thought the company's name was blank. Also, just want to confirm, Company's House is a government thing, right? Yeah, gov.uk. This is the government, or this is the UK government's website for tracking companies that exist, which is quite funny that a government site could be hacked with the name of a company. And since they're loading it wrong, as they say here, now it will load this script tag and do whatever it says in it. So if this was something actually malicious, they would have been fucked. The script would have simply put up a harmless alert, but it serves as proof that a malicious actor could instead have used the same weaknesses as a gateway to more damaging ends. Since similar names have been registered in the past, such as Drop Table Companies Limited, that is absolutely, they even call the XKCD web comment. It's clearly inspired by that. But this was the first such name to have prompted a response. Company's House has retroactively removed the original name from its data feeds, and all documentation referring to its original moniker now simply reads as company name available on request. Beautiful. Apparently, their front end is open sourced in the UK. Let's see if this has Company's House. It does not appear to. What is this written in? What the fuck is nunjacks? Am I young? Huh. Nunjacks is the default for 11T, among other stuff. Good to know. I am young. Cool. I haven't felt young in a minute doing this stuff. Normally I just feel old, so that's cool. The director of the company, who asked not to be named, told The Guardian, Government Digital Services, GDS, have a good reputation for security, and other companies with similarly playful names have been registered in the past, so I thought there probably wouldn't be a problem. When I discovered that there were some minor problems, I contacted Companies House and the National Cybersecurity Center immediately. I didn't disclose the issue to anyone else. He did not realize it would be an issue, he said, because characters including the chevron, as they referred to it earlier, and quote marks, are explicitly allowed as company names, which suggests that the agency had put security measures in place to prevent such attacks. To be clear, the security measure is safely encoding arbitrary strings in your HTML. Fun fact, as much as people shit on React, it does this for you by default. React makes it incredibly difficult. You have to call a special function called dangerously set inner HTML if you want to be able to make these mistakes in React. A Companies House spokesperson said, a company was registered using characters that could have presented a security risk to a smaller number of our customers if published or unprotected external websites. We have taken immediate steps to mitigate this risk and have put measures in place to prevent a similar occurrence. We're confident that the Companies House service remains secure. Anything else here? No, cool. I wish this wasn't common. I do. But it seems to be relatively common because here's an example where somebody had the license plate. Sadly, this is somewhat common because here's a great example. Someone with the license plate null got an insane number of tickets because whenever a ticket was written to no license plate or an invalid license plate, it went to them. In 2016, this individual, Joseph, got a vanity license plate. Since they're a security researcher, they tried to get seg faults or something like that, but then they got null. The idea was I get void for my wife's car, so our driveway would be null and void. That's hilarious. The joke had layers. As Totoro well knew, as he explained in a recent talk at DEF CON. I didn't know the guy with the null license plate went to spoke at DEF CON. That's hilarious. He got $12,000 of traffic fines wrongly sent to him. He's still not sure if he'll be able to renew his auto registration this year without paying someone else's tickets. And thanks to this insane loop he's in, it's not clear if the citations will ever stop coming. He was originally thinking it would get him out of tickets because the violation would quite literally not compute. But all the pranks weren't actually the initial focus. If anything, he was surprised the California DMV let him register null at all. In the first year as a null driver was uneventful. But when it came time to renew, the DMV no longer accepted null as an option. It broke the website. He also got in a ticket in early 2018 for not having the appropriate registration sticker on his license plate. Totoro suggests someone scraped it off to use on their own car. He thought about fighting it, but the fine was only $35, so he paid it. But then came the citations. And from places that he's never even been to. So that's how he knew it couldn't possibly be him. Apparently, he had gone on a statewide parking-related crime spree. By paying the $35 ticket, it appeared the database somewhere now associated null with his personal information, which means that anytime a traffic cop forgot to fill in the license plate number on a citation, the fine was automatically sent to him. Legendary. He got tickets from 2014 before he even had the license plate. He got the owed amount down to $6,200. How can they not just wipe it? This is absurdity. He has a whole talk on this. I'm not going to watch the whole thing. Now, at least. I am saving it for later. But it will be in the description if you want to give it a watch. But it will be in the description if you want to give it a watch yourself. This isn't even the only license plate one. Here's somebody trying to inject into speeding cameras. What's going on here? Drop database tab bliss? Shouldn't this be table? What's the ICE here? Oh, tablets translates to plates in Polish. Clever. We don't know if this ever actually worked. It's just a meme. Still funny. I love stuff like this. As long as I don't get a $12,000 fucking set of tickets that aren't mine, I do love stuff like this. The company name one's insane. The government, like governments like this are so lucky that someone found it for fun and not as like an actual malicious user. Like it would. Government devs are so lucky that these things get found so often by hobbyists for fun instead of by malicious actors, because you could have used this exploit to do some nasty stuff and it wasn't used for that, thankfully. But yeah, this still hurts. Please sanitize your inputs. That's all I ask. Until next time, peace, nerds. One more down. Fun. I saw this one. I have it saved to read later. Usually when people say sanitize inputs, what they mean is escaping the outputs. Like that's inferred. That's implied. And if they don't know what I mean, they'll go Google search it and they'll find what they're supposed to do. I'm not concerned about being super specific about my language there. I think I thanked you already for the sub, Ian, but in case I didn't, thank you so much. As well as NMG Twitch hitting the 16-month mark, and Daytonics with the Prime as well. Thank you all. Cool. Well, this one is done. Since it's all from 4 years ago, it can come out whenever, which is nice. Got to buff that backlog up, you know? Almost. Okay, as of now, we have enough videos to get to the end of November, which is cool. Especially if I stop doubling up. I have a lot of doubled up days. I need to do a huge pass on the calendar when I'm done today. I love that you think by choosing to do my job, which isn't politics, that I'm embarrassing. So you're gone forever now. Oh, it's funny you bring this one up. I sent this one to low level. Has he covered it yet? Fuck, what's his YouTube handle? He is not yet. I told him to. He'll get to it, I'm sure. Level TV. Good shit. I need to do this one. Do they have all the talks on YouTube already? They do. Good shit. I've been wanting to watch this one from Aurora for a minute. Wait, shit. Do they not? Okay, does anybody have the URL for the next conf live stream? Because it was unlisted last I checked it. I probably have it in my history on YouTube. Give me a sec. Because I know I can get it from in there. None of that's what I'm trying to click. God damn it. Fuck, I can't find it in my watch history. Ooh, someone else found it. Please still be up. Yes, it is still up. Fuck yes. Legend. I haven't figured out how I want to structure this one just yet, but I will likely I need to figure out my order of events for this one because I want to have the talk as a meaningful part of it. But I want to figure out like how much setup do I do? Okay, I'm pretty confident I can figure this out. Let me find, I want to find this set immediate. Is in here. This is all the rethrow shit that we were doing before, the fixes. Okay, here it is. Cool. Okay, I wish I could like hide the player shit. Here's what I'm gonna do. Oh, that's actually perfect. As good as it's gonna get. We'll go with this. So, quickly marker how magic powering Next.js. Cool. Bad. Yeah. Next.js is a complex beast, but it's also getting much simpler. I know this sounds contradictory, especially in a video about the magic hiding where. Next.js is a complex beast, but it is getting simpler. I know that sounds a bit contradictory in a video titled The Magic Powering Next. Like, isn't whole magic just hidden complexity? Kind of. But what if one of these magic things is actually just how JavaScript works? And on top of that, if this magic thing could make a lot of the other magic that you were doing before go away. So everything is much simpler in the end. That's where we're going. And before we get there, I'm going to drop a bit of a spoiler. This is the code that does it. If you can read this code and confidently immediately know what it's actually doing, hit me up. I'm not hiring, but you should get a job. I even made a joke when I first saw this at the event. I took a photo of the screen and said, I'm going to start asking engineers to describe what this code does in interviews. It's complex. It's absurd. It's scary. And it's not code you as a developer should ever have to write. This isn't code for you. This is framework code. And it's framework code that empowers some really, really cool stuff. I want to break down what this is, why it's needed, and why it's such a cool hack. But before we do that, let's quickly hear a word from today's sponsor. Cool. So I could dive straight into the talk, but this talk was for people who were very, very deep. And even I had to like ask questions after to make sure I fully got it. So instead, we're going to Excalibur it up a bit. And we're going to start with a somewhat familiar topic, partial pre-rendering. Let's say this is our website. Our website has top nav, as a sidebar, and it has, I don't know, product images, maybe it has a little like description. Got some more nonsense over here, whatever. You get the idea. But we have in the corner here our brand. And then up in this corner here, we have something that's like user specific. We'll say like, this is your like profile picture, your signed in thing. And maybe you have a cart up here too. So I'll put like your cart. It's a diamond here. Very real looking website, right? I'm a very skilled mock artist. In traditional server-side rendering, a page like this would have to be rendered on the server. So you would have the user's request go to your server. The server would check which URL you're trying to go to. See, you're trying to go to, instead of this shouldn't be description. We'll say product 17. Cool. So we're going to we're going to website.com/product17. The server gets this URL. It sees that you're trying to go to it. It has access to your cookies, to all these other things. And then based on your cookies, your headers, and the URL you're trying to get to, it generates HTML that it sends to you when it's done. But let's say some parts of this are slower than other parts. Let's say everything here, like the top bar and the sidebar, are static, so they can be rendered immediately. But we need to fetch this data from database, and we need to get this data from somewhere else to get this auth data. When you render this traditionally, you have to wait for all of those things to happen before the user gets any result. I'm going to make a mock app for this because of who I am as a person. Make sure I don't have anything open here. I don't? Cool. CD. Let's open this. Cool. Okay. Phase cut to here from when I say we need an example. So let's say you have this beautiful website that has these 3 slow components. This one takes a second, this one takes 2 seconds, and this one takes 5 seconds. And I did that just by blocking on a promise and then rendering it. If I go to this web page, I'm just going to copy the URL, close, and reopen it. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. There we go. It takes 5 seconds before you see anything because, as mentioned before, the server has to generate the whole page before you can see anything. This is how websites have worked for most of time. The slowest thing on the web page is the thing that blocks you from getting a response. So if any one part of your site is slow, it doesn't matter how fast the rest is, the user doesn't see anything until all of the things have loaded. But that's not how React works. At least that's not how React on the client side has worked. If we go to a website that you should probably be going to more, Twitch, to watch my live streams. By the way, I film all of these videos live on Thursday. By the way, I film all of these live on Wednesday. So if you're curious about how I film my videos, twitch.tv/Theo. So this webpage is interesting because if I go here and I look at the HTML, there's a lot going on here. If I just like inspect here, obviously there's a ton going on in the HTML. But if I go to the network tab, refresh the page, and grab the HTML that was sent, this HTML, it might look like a lot, but most of it's just flags. And if I kill this script tag here, so I just kill this one giant script tag. There's a bunch of data. It's only like 600 lines, and even then, it's still mostly script tag. The actual HTML that you load from the server when you load Twitch is almost nothing. I'm going to delete everything in here that isn't HTML really quick. So all the script tags will be gone. All the style tags are going to be gone, which there isn't even too much of. I'll even get rid of all the head tags here. Okay. Good enough. You get the idea. The actual HTML that you'd load from Twitch initially, oh, I missed more fucking script tags. There are so many of these. Pretty's mad, whatever. You get the idea. There's actually only about 40 lines of HTML that you load from Twitch. Because the way that Twitch works is the server doesn't block you from loading a page. And this HTML they load is just an empty spinner page. So if I go back to Twitch and wrong hotkey, disable JavaScript. Cool, I disabled JavaScript on Twitch. And now you see, this is what you get when you go to Twitch with JS disabled. Oh, it got re-enabled because I closed DevTools. When you load Twitch with JavaScript disabled, this is what you get. An empty scaffolded loading page with a spinner. Because all of the behavior on the Twitch site comes from the JavaScript. And once the user has loaded the JS, the user's device through the browser can go make all the API requests to get all the data that it wants. But that means that the user gets this loading state initially, and then they have to download the JS, parse the JS, run the JS, figure out which APIs to hit all those APIs, realize they need different JS to parse the APIs, go fetch that, load it all in, and then you start to see components. So there's a lot of back and forth, but it does actually feel better than the old way of doing things, which sounds super counterintuitive because it is. The reason this is good is because when you load the URL or you click a link, stuff happens immediately. Because the amount of time it takes for the server to send you this HTML is nearly zero. Because it doesn't have to check anything. It can just blindly send you this HTML. Because it doesn't have to generate it. It already exists. It's super simple, minimal HTML. They just spit out as soon as they can. That HTML has the JS tags that you then go and load. And then you hit the APIs. That might be fast, might be slow, whatever. But now on the user's device, you get to choose what shows up when. So if I re-enable JavaScript, but I also slow down the network speeds a ton. Let's say we go down to what, like slow 4G, and we reload. You'll see different things pop in at different times because different things take more time to respond. So this is good. In some ways it's better, but in other ways it's worse because now you have to run JavaScript. You have to go hit all these different APIs yourself. You have to have every potential permutation of the UI coming from the server. This was obviously not ideal, which is why Next.js... Oh, did I lose my scala draw somehow? Oops. Cool. That was obviously not ideal, which is why Next.js moved to an SSR model, where by default, Next.js would render your React page once, get as much of the HTML as they could get, and then send that to the user instead. So in the case where there's no APIs being hit, you get back much better HTML. In the case where there are APIs being hit, you can sneak in a loading spinner and put some other things here and there, and it worked okay. But what if this was more dynamic? What if instead of it being the traditional page load on the server, and then the React JavaScript code picks up what's left after? What if the server could send down what's ready instantaneously and send the rest in later on? That's what the cool streaming stuff in the new React Next model enables. So if we wanted to wait till these two components were done, but we didn't want to wait till this one was done, I can add a suspense here. And the suspense tag can wrap the slowest component. And now, when I go to localhost 3000, it's only going to take 2 seconds, and the third one will be loading until it's done. And if I want the page to come back immediately, I can wrap all of these. And now it loads instantaneously, and these pop in when they're ready. What's even cooler is this isn't code on your device that is running to go fetch those other things. This all comes back as part of the initial request. These pieces of content are streamed to the end of the HTML and then get applied where they belong in the UI, which means we don't have to wait for the slowest part. We don't have to wait for any part. We can send an update to the user immediately. But we're not even getting to the coolest part yet, because this still requires that your server starts processing before the user gets back a response. So if you have things like a database connection that takes a while, or your server is far away from the user, it takes a long time for the user to start getting a response, because the first byte back and forth is just too high. The solution for that has historically been CDNs, and that's part of why Twitch feels so fast, because all of the Twitch HTML is stored in CDNs. And when you build in the single page app way, you have a really small minimal HTML file being hosted on a CDN that's distributed around the world so people can load that part immediately. Then the rest takes a lot longer, but at least you get to see something. And that's something you'll learn as you build more and more apps. The sooner a user can see something as a result of their click, the faster it feels. Even if you had a service that when you click something, it shows you a loading page immediately and it takes 2 seconds for the content to appear, versus a page that doesn't show loading and the content only takes a second to appear, the slow one, the one that's twice as slow, will feel faster because when the user clicks, they get a response immediately. So this model kind of sucks, because even if you can stream down the slow parts, the fast parts are still slower than if they were on a CDN. And this is where partial pre-rendering comes in. What if, instead of just having the suspense wrappers on these slow parts, so we currently have these suspense wrappers on the slow parts, but what if we inverse it? What if we take the parts that don't take time at all, like the shell? Let's make the shell a little more useful first. We'll hop in here, and in the body, we'll put a little h1, class name equals, you know what? We'll do something a little bit nicer. Quick cursor plug. Make me a top nav for this website. It's titled PPR is cool. Cool. So now we have a top nav component. I don't care about these links, so I'm just going to delete them. Cool. PPR is cool. We now have a top nav. Isn't that dope? And obviously this top nav, I'm going to put the links back in just because they fill it out nice. So we have this fake top nav. We got these fake little links in the corner that my face is covering. Feels like a real website. Not really, but you get the point. This part doesn't have any data blocking it. We know that because if we go here, there's no await call. There's nothing here that should keep this from always being the same. So why can't it always be the same? Why do I have to wait for my server to spin up before the user can get these static parts? How can we get this to them faster? This is where partial pre-rendering comes in. I'm going to go turn it on. When you have partial pre-rendering on, things get interesting. Let me add a page loading state too, just to show what's going on here for real. I'm also going to remove the suspense calls on everything other than the 5-second one. So now, okay, this isn't exporting a component. I'm just going to delete this for now. Cool. So it cut from when I was in the layout file last to here phase. I just removed these two suspense calls that were wrapping the 1,000 and 2,000 millisecond components. So we just have the one for the 5,000 millisecond component now. And if I refresh, the page is taking its time. You can see that little loading thing up top because it still has to block for 2 seconds before we get anything. But this is what makes partial pre-rendering so dope. If we add a loading TSX, export default function loading, return loading here, now, if I'll prove it just by closing this tab and reopening it, we get it back immediately. And we get a loading state for the page load, and then we get a separate one for this much slower part. So we get granular control of what loads when, as well as the ability to have something static come in initially. This is really cool. And what's even cooler now is if we deploy this on a platform that is familiar with partial pre-rendering, it can generate. What's really cool here is if we have a platform like Vercel or Netlify that can understand partial pre-rendering, is it can take that static HTML that is the first thing the user sees and then throw that on a CDN. So the user will immediately see the loading shell state, and then the rest gets streamed in once the server has spun up and is ready. You're offloading when all of that work has to happen, and you're getting the user back a response much faster without the compromises of loading a shitload of JS on the client and then going to fetch it from random APIs. It's really a best of both worlds, but it came with a lot of gotchas. The big ones were, how do we know what can or can't be statically rendered? When do we know where the boundary of dynamic starts or ends? So if we draw a diagram here, we've all hopefully seen like React Virtual DOM. That the React Virtual DOM is this tree of your components. So we could say here I have my like stop putting it in the middle. We have my app component. And in app, we have top nav. But we also have, I should name the page something. That's named home already. Cool, perfect. We also have home. And in home, we have, I know we have 3, but I'm just going to put 2 slow components. So right now, our React app looks roughly like this. I'm going to start doing some painting. We know that app and top nav are effectively static. So this part can be cached. What about this part, though? Can we cache this? How do we know if we can cache this? How do we know if we can cache this or this? How do we know where effectively the boundary exists? Where is the line where from here down we have to cut and put everything above or below? Previously, with the early example, we'd write the boundary with suspense. But this isn't just a suspense problem anymore because we need to be able to cache in multiple depths in multiple places. You could even theoretically wrap this whole thing in suspense. I put this here instead and get all of it under one loading spinner. That works. And that will work with traditional PPR, where I could kill the loading TSX file and just have that suspense wrapper here and it all comes through together. These are all options. But wouldn't it be nice if the compiler and the framework could know when things become dynamic and when they're not? Wouldn't it be great if Next was magically able to know, hey, these things are dynamic, these things aren't. So if the hack we had for this for a while, let me actually find the, here it is. I want to find before the founder mode. Let me browse files. App. Page.js. Cool. Guillermo made a demo a while back showing how powerful these primitives are, where you would load a random 12 Pokemon and the page instantly loads whenever you refresh it, but the Pokemon all come in after. All render from the edge on every request. So this has to be dynamic. If he had just awaited the data and not wrapped it in a suspense, or even if he did wrap it in a suspense, we have no way of knowing that this should be different on every render. The solution used to be a bit of magic. See this headers call in the home component? This is what Guillermo had to do and what a lot of us Next devs had to do in these demos to show what is or isn't dynamic. This is effectively painting this function, this home function, as dynamic and saying, hey, Next, this needs to be done dynamically on every request. Don't cache this. Don't hold on to this. Don't let this be part of the CDN like body or tree. This piece has to be dynamic. But what if there was a better way? What if something else in here could indicate that this should be dynamic? I would argue there is something. This word, async. Async effectively tells you that this is doing some I/O. It's waiting for something, it's doing something. What if we just cut off when you hit an async? What if everything before the first async could be cached and everything after it couldn't? Seems relatively simple, right? Implementing it isn't fun, right? Let's think about that. So if we go back here, I'm going to name this quick. In home, this is an async component. We already know that. Why do we have to do all this extra work? Also, what if I wanted to have something else here, like some header? And I want to show that sooner. What if I want to have more control in these ways? Right now we can't. But with the new magic flag, dynamic I/O, we have a lot more power now. And even though it is magical, I think once it clicks, you'll see how much simpler it actually is. Now that we have dynamic I/O, what we've effectively done is we've told React and we've told Next, hey, when you see async, that means we're doing I/O. Treat that as dynamic. So now this piece is automatically considered dynamic. We don't have to import headers. We don't have to do anything else. This is dynamic simply because it's using I/O. And now it all just works as expected. We don't have to write additional wrappers. All we need is that loading state. And I could even delete this suspense. Works great. We don't get the header now because it's async. But what we can do now, which is even cooler, if I delete this, async function contents. Now I can put this under a... I'll get that. It already guessed for me. Ta-da. Now, Next is smart enough to ignore this loading state entirely and generate this component up to the sum header call. So now, if we go back to my... Oops, none of these are what I'm trying to hit. So if we go back to my diagram, what we've effectively just done is move this line down. And now, this part can be part of the static render as well. I think this is really cool. And where it gets even cooler is once you start involving other things like use cache. I'm not using use server here. Nice try, though. Now, after the first load, it comes in instantaneously because use cache doesn't just cache data. It can also cache JSX outputs. So now when I refresh, I'm hitting refresh right now, it loads immediately. I think that is really fucking cool. But if it's using async to paint, how does it do that? There's a lot going on here. And to go back to what I was hinting at earlier, oh no, did I close the fucking YouTube tab at some point? When did I do that? And if we go back to this code, hopefully you might be starting to see how this all comes together. The first thing that I really want to make sure clicks before we go any deeper is what dynamic IO means. It's not some clever buzzword name. It's actually, I mean, it is clever, but it's really simple. What it stands for is IO means dynamic. So when you're doing IO, which means you're calling async await, that means that part of the code is now dynamic. And if we're painting your React components like I am here, that means these guys are red because these guys need to be rendered every request, but these can come from a CDN instead. These can be statically rendered ahead of time. These can be cached indefinitely and thrown around. However, this part has to be, but this part has to be treated differently. Very clever. But what is this? What is this monstrosity? Why are we calling set immediate twice? What are we doing? Here's where we're going to get a little bit deeper. As I mentioned before, there were a lot of these magic helper functions like headers and cookies that would paint a route as dynamic. Otherwise, it would be treated as static. You had to give next indication of like, hey, this is dynamic, treat it accordingly. But not every dynamic task needs headers or cookies, and not every static task doesn't either. It's a really weird and arbitrary thing. And when you're calling external libraries, you're using other tools, it becomes really hard to reliably find all of these function calls and compose them with different libraries and tools. But doesn't that also happen with async await? Like, we can't reach into the library's code and scan for all the async await calls. We can't. But this isn't a compiler feature. This is a JavaScript feature. And this is when my mind broke. When I realized this is how it actually works, it all clicked for me. In order to truly appreciate this, we need to understand a bit about the event loop. Specifically, the concept of microtasks. I want to actually find this code. I'm going to find it in the Next.js GitHub repo so I can work off of it because I want to play with this. It is basically exactly that code. That's so funny. Cool. Here is the actual code on GitHub, and it is like hilariously close. Let's explain how it works. So we start with this promise. I don't know where the controller is. Actually, I'm going to, instead of using this in its like close state, I'm going to do something I'm going to regret. No, I want to. Oh, no, that's not what I want. There's a way to do the OCR in this. I know that. No? Fuck. I know there's a hotkey in this for it. That's the backdrop tool. Fuck. Close enough. I'll fix any mistakes in it. Set immediate try. Aha. I'm a god. Talk all the shit you want. I did it. Anyways. Here's the code. Ignore the syntax errors. I'm too lazy to do the thing to make them go away. What we care about here are these two set immediate calls and why they exist. And of course, we have the support controller too. Actually, retake on this whole thing. I just need to get into Excalibur and start here. Okay. So we need to have our task queue. So we have priority, tasks. Oops. I always get the names of these wrong. Let me see how they're labeled in Lydia's video. Okay, cool. Cool. I actually like the horizontal for this. You know what? I'm going to not even diagram it. I'm just going to use Lydia's video. Cool. There's a lot of really good content about the event loop, and I'm not going to sit here and just go over the whole thing again. I'll leave a link to this video in the description if you want a better breakdown. But the quick TLDR of why it matters here is async tasks go into the call stack, and when they get resolved, they get resolved. But when you call set immediate, it immediately throws that task at the front of the microtask queue, which will preempt anything in the call stack. So now imagine that this pre-render code is rendering our app. Everything up until it hits an async boundary is just a traditional task being rendered synchronously. But when it hits those async boundaries, it gets thrown into the task queue. And the task queue doesn't get resolved until the current task is complete. But if you jump in front of it with the set immediate, you get to skip all of those tasks that are running. So if pre-render app here will immediately generate, if I go back to my Excalibur real quick. Yeah. So let's break that down using the example I have here. We render app. App is synchronous. App renders top nav and home, which are also synchronous. So those all get run immediately. All of these async parts with the slow components, those all get thrown onto the queue. Normally, those would come back and you'd finish the whole render as it gets done. That's what the pre-render call from React does. But since we already got the part we care about, which is the static part, the synchronous part, can somebody in chat, I have moderators, can somebody ban the spammer? Do I have any of my mods here right now? The fuck? Where are my mods? I probably do, but not a first-time chatter. Gamer Girl, you're legit. There's a button for it there. Mod. Cool. You are now a mod, Gamer Girl. Help us out. Keep us safe. Anyways, as I was saying, great take on this. So, app renders the synchronous parts, which is app, top nav, and home. These asynchronous parts, like the slow components here, those will get thrown on the queue. But since we call set immediate right afterwards, it's going to jump in front of those other async things, and the abort's going to kill it. So the result, which is the stream that the pre-render function gives you, is only going to have the parts that are static, not the parts that are dynamic, not the parts that are async. Because those async calls are all waiting on the queue, and they get jumped in front of by the set immediate call. It's so clever. It's using JavaScript itself as the way of painting these components. Previously, they needed a compiler that would go to each component and identify, is this one probably dynamic or probably static? And then give a bunch of these tools so we as developers could try to help Next understand what is or isn't dynamic. But wait, what about the cache stuff? Because I showed that use cache call. This is still an async function. How does that work? Good question. I'm happy I asked. If we hop into what was built here, I want the server code. I find this in the build. Find in folder. Aha. That's the source map. I don't care about that. That's all TurboPack cache bullshit. I'm going to rebuild this as like an actual build. Then we'll get much better outputs. Cool. Cut from the I'm glad I asked bit to when I have this here, like ready phase. And no problem, Gamer Girl. You're always here. You're always helpful. We need more mods. It's useful. Appreciate you. Cool. Look at that. See, it's included in the prefetch RSC. That's so cool. That's so cool. It's that clever. But if we ignore how awfully fucking obfuscated and minified this is, there we go. I didn't put the use cache. Oh, I did put the use cache in. Cool. Okay. So this part's admittedly quite obfuscated because it was minified. It's meant to be production code, not code that we analyze. But I want to make sure you guys understand how this works. This 7027, this is this component, contents. And the thing it does differently, because we put this use cache call on top, is it quickly checks the server cache to see if we have a value for the current inputs. And it defines these variables for what it's found from there. It defines this async function S, which is the component function. It's the code that we actually wrote, and it has the children here, which are using the JSX, like I showed you guys, the slow component guy. So that's inlining that there. But then here, the value L, which is what we end up returning and using, this is the actual output here that matters. We call this specific a.p function with 3 arguments: default, a hash, and this async function. So what the fuck is it doing? It's actually quite simple. It's checking the default cache for this function using this hash as the identifier to see if we have a value. And if we do, awesome. We use that value. No async is hit. The async only gets hit if we don't find a value first. This a.p function early returns before we get to the async part, which means when we hit something coming through use cache, it can be resolved synchronously. We don't have to hit an async wall if the thing is cached, which means that we can, via the use cache function, tell Next, hey, this can still be rendered statically. This can still be part of that partial pre-rendered cached output. What we've effectively done here is painted, or let me open here. What we've effectively done is told Next, hey, I know these are supposed to be red. Trust me, bro, they can be green. And that's really cool. The thing that was confusing with the model before, in my opinion, is that the functions effectively painted themselves dynamic or static based on all these weird esoteric rules that existed in the next world. Now, synchronous components are static and asynchronous components are dynamic. And if you want that dynamic component to have these static benefits, explicitly call that out with the use cache header. It's super clever and simple, and also very reliable because there isn't a bunch of magic hacks that empower this. The hack that they did, or in fact, they got to unhack. Remember the example here where I showed this headers? There's a diff on this repo. I have to go back to the actual repo. There's a commit here that Guillermo made, founder mode, where he deleted headers from there and added dynamic IO true. But there's another part here, which is we need a way to know when you call headers or cookies that this thing is dynamic. And I'll show you how they did that. Let's say I use headers in here. I'll import it from next headers. Let's say I use the value, const header values equals. Wait, it's a promise now. So if I want to header values dot get, I get an error here. Property get doesn't exist on type promise. Did you forget to use await? Headers is no longer a magic function that paints things as dynamic. This gets painted as dynamic because you have to put an await in front, which means you have to make this async, which means it's now painted. That's why, if you were curious, headers and cookies and these other helper functions became asynchronous. It's not because they're slow now and they need to be async. It's because the new model uses the async await powers, or the reason is because the new model uses async and await as indicators that this is dynamic. So by forcing the headers call to be awaited, you have now painted this as dynamic. I think this is so cool. When I saw that slide and listened. What's the name of the dev? I really want to have that so I can give him the credit he deserves for it, because he worked hard on this shit. Wyatt. Cool. When Wyatt first showed this code, it broke my brain. And it's clearly not just my brain. Can I find the tweet? How is this going to be fine? Cool, I found it. When Wyatt first showed me this code in the presentation, it broke my brain. And if you look at the replies to this tweet, it clearly wasn't just my brain. Okay, so it tries to pre-render and returns a Honda Prelude. It's the stuff I see in my nightmares. This code is literally what I don't like about JS. I saw a favorite person in here. Why is Twitter so fucking broken? Why can't I scroll on the Everything app? Everything but scrolling app. This code makes people ask what theme you're using. Yeah. Seriously, though, this is so cool. Like, the idea of using set immediate and the event loop as your method of figuring out what can and can't be cached is truly galaxy brain. It's unbelievable. And it's not like this stuff is coming in the future. This is a theoretical solution. This is a real solution that you can use right now, and I'm already starting to use in apps. And this isn't going to just affect Next in the React ecosystem. I talked to a bunch of other people, like Ryan Carniato, who's hanging out in chat, and immediately saw ways to use this for some of the stuff that they're doing over in the Solid and Solid Start world. There's a lot of cool potential when these things are discovered. And as much as we like to shit on React and Next for copying what everyone else does, this is proof that there is still real innovation going on over there. This is a novel solution to some very painful problems that lets us opt out of a ton of compiler complexity. And if your issue with React and Next is that there's too many weird hidden behaviors and too many magical things you need to know the names of, here you go. They're using JavaScript to solve it. In many ways, this makes Next.js the most JavaScript-y full-stack framework because it's using JavaScript as its method of building these caching layers, which I personally think is fucking awesome. Curious what you guys think, though. Is this nonsense or is it as cool as I'm saying? And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. I think this will be a fun one. So concurrent mode doesn't matter because concurrent mode is for client side. When you're doing a pre-render, the concurrent model doesn't fucking matter. Yeah, concurrent mode doesn't change anything server side. Let me make sure this is in the sources list. I'll grab the time-stamped version of that. Cool. Yeah, Twitch is a little aggressive with that. Like it takes like anything and turns into a URL. Actually, I think it has to have like letters. It'll turn basically anything into a domain. What's funny is if it's long enough, it'll fuck it up. Because image.engineering, that's a real TLD. That's a real website that I own. And it assumes that the TLD has to be shorter, so it cuts it off by one character. URL parsing's hard. It's funny. I got into some shit because I wrote really, really good, reliable URL parsing code for an internal tool. And if you're like, wait, no, that's like a risk. We're going to get hacked. And then the actual site has the worst URL parsing of fucking anything in the world. I didn't remove the non-timestamp from Notion. That's a good point. I should do that. Good call outs. Thank you, chat. Image engineering. Let me thank all the people I missed. I missed the Midnight Grocer gifts. Thank you so much for throwing the 5 gift subs, man. Really appreciate that. We got Ruda was taken here with a 24 months, 2 years. Jesus Christ. We got Kalos the best, or sorry, Cow is the best with the 1 month of tier 1. Appreciate that. And we got Jewel Pav here with the Prime. Thank you all for the subs. Really appreciate the support. We're at 4 videos in under 4 hours. We're doing good today. I'm feeling this one. Haven't done a good article read in a minute. Like, none of this was just an article read. Even the hacking websites one was not really. This will be a fun read. Oh, Post Hog. Yep, this is very accurate. Once server components click in your brain, it's hard to beat. Benefit a lot in the background from the content and the community. Glad you can give back a little. It means a ton, man. Seriously. You would have found something like what I'm doing if I didn't exist. You probably would have even made it yourself if it still didn't exist. I'm just happy people are getting value out of this stuff because I would be ranting to random people about this otherwise. And my poor girlfriend who doesn't code would be going insane. There is one SQLite JS library that's sync, and it's old and sucks. You should use async libraries for doing data fetching stuff, especially if the data's on a different device. Like if the SQLite DB is somewhere else, which it would be if you're using dynamic IO, that should be async await. You shouldn't be doing that synchronously. You will fuck your runtime if you are. So regards to sense for UI where your primary content doesn't change often. That's a fair point. The way I think of it is if they get these things like partial pre-rendering right, server components are also a better static shell around your single page app. Instead of having like the one HTML file that serves your whole site, server components can let you have a slightly better loading state on all of your pages and then just do everything the traditional like single page app way from that point forward. I remember this. I haven't looked through it though. I'm going to save this for later. Good link, Gamer Girl. Thanks for the help. Let's do this one. Marker, skeptical of JS rewrites. Why I'm skeptical of rewriting JavaScript tools in faster languages. Oh boy. Everyone's favorite topic. JS is obviously way too slow. Why are we using it for all these things? Why is Electron the thing that we're writing our desktop apps in? Why are our backends in JavaScript? Rust is right there. Have we all been led astray? Or maybe is there some merit to these JS apps being written in this way? And are those performance benefits real? And how big are they? And is the velocity we lose worth it? Or are we just all being dumb and lazy and using JavaScript because it's what we know? These are all great questions, and I cannot wait to see how this article answers them. Before that, we should quickly hear a word from today's sponsor. I should retake on that. These are all great questions, and I hope to see if these are all great questions, and I'm sure both this article and my answers are going to be quite controversial, so make sure you stick around for that. But real quick, before we dive in, a word from today's sponsor. I'm excited. Let's dive in. I've written a lot of JavaScript. I like JavaScript. And more importantly, I've built up a set of skills in understanding, optimizing, and debugging JavaScript that I'm reluctant to give up on. This is a good, honest opening. Most articles I've seen like this have not been as honest about the writer's experience and where their biases are. Obviously, if you write JavaScript for a living and you know the language really well, you're going to be more reluctant. I personally am not very good at JavaScript. Okay, joking. I'm a JS engineer. I'm known for that at this point. Obviously, I lean TypeScript, but same difference. I know the language pretty well at this point. I still dearly miss Elixir, but if something can be done in JavaScript, I probably will do it in JavaScript. It's a little bigger. Nice. So maybe it's natural that I get a worried pit in my stomach over the current mania to rewrite every node tool in a faster language, like Rust, Zig, or Go, etc. Don't get me wrong, these languages are cool. I've got a copy of the Rust book on my desk right now, and I've even contributed a bit to the Servo for fun. Servo's the Rust-based JS runtime for Firefox and Mozilla. But ultimately, I've invested a ton of my career in learning the ins and outs of JS, and it's by far the language I'm most comfortable with. So I acknowledge my bias and perhaps overinvestment in one skill set. The more I think about it, the more I feel that my skepticism is also justified by some real objective concerns, which I'd like to cover in this post. I already have like 1,000 tangents I want to go down, and we've only read the preamble. I'm going to resist the urge. Oh, sorry, I was wrong about Servo. By the way, Servo is the web rendering engine. It's not the JS runtime. My bad. I'm dumb. I have so many tangents I want to go down. I'm going to resist that urge as hard as it is. We will get there. So if you want to see how I make this about React Native, stick around. I have a way. Performance. One reason for my skepticism is that I just don't think we've exhausted all the possibilities of making JavaScript tools faster. Marvin Hedgemeister has done an excellent job of demonstrating this by showing how much low-hanging fruit there is on things like ESLint and Tailwind. What is this that we have here? Yeah, Marvin's a legend, by the way. One of the most legit JS devs ever. Yeah. Creator of Preact, if you wanted a good qualification there. A lot of the work that he did here to prove that we can make the JS ecosystem better was doing things like avoiding unnecessary type conversions or creating functions inside of functions if you don't have to. And he did this in a bunch of libraries to make them significantly faster. He would look at the flame graphs and the charts, be like, oh, there's things here that we can do to speed this up. I want to see numbers. Let's see how much faster he made Tailwind. What were the old times? Does he not have the comparison? Okay. So in this parsing example here, for valid Tailwind class names, it took 400 milliseconds previously, and he got down to 92 milliseconds pretty quickly. Is there not more here? You should have put the original times here. Okay, you get the point. There's a lot of hacks you can do in order to make Tailwind faster by not having its parser do as much inline shit. Makes sense. So clearly, you can make your JS code faster even for popular things, but they're also rewriting half these things in Rust right now. Is that worth it? In the browser world, JS has proven itself to be fast enough for most workloads. Sure, WASM exists. I think it's fair to say that it's mostly used for niche CPU-intensive tasks rather than for building a whole website. Yeah, that is very fair to say. So why are JS-based CLI tools rushing to throw JS away? The big rewrite. I think the perf gap comes from a few different things. First, there's the aforementioned low-hanging fruit. For a long time, the JS tooling ecosystem has been focused on building something that works, not something that's fast. Now we've reached a saturation point where the API surface is mostly settled, and everyone just wants the same thing, but faster. Hence the explosion of new tools that are nearly drop-in replacements for existing ones. Roll down for rollup, OXlint for ESLint, Biome for Prettier, TurboPack for Webpack, etc. However, these tools aren't necessarily faster because they're using a faster language. They could just be fast because 1, they're being written with performance in mind, and 2, the API surface is already settled, so the authors don't have to spend development time tinkering with overall design. Heck, you don't even need to write tests. Just use the existing test suite from the previous tool. All really fair points. Like Ryan, you said you hadn't seen this article. You're fucking mentioned in it. That's great. But yeah, this is a really fair point. You know the expression, make it work, make it right, make it fast. Imagine if all 3 of those were rewrites. Make it work was the first attempt to write it. Make it right is you fixing all the things that are broken. Make it fast is you realizing this was all a mistake, so you throw it away and reset. The language you do the rewrite in doesn't matter that much. Obviously, Rust is faster than JS. We're not saying otherwise. But fast JS is faster than slow JS. And I think a lot of the problems that we run into are that JavaScript can be written in terrible ways. And when we're patching hack upon hack upon hack, upon plugins, upon frameworks, upon build tools, upon bundlers, where we're living in worlds with dozens of these Webpack plugins stacked on each other in terrifying ways, a new language is not going to magically solve the problem. A rewrite is, and if the rewrite happens to be in a new language, it will be much better, but it could have just been in JS. It's a fair thing to consider. In my career, I've often seen a rewrite from A to B result in a speed boost, followed by the triumphant claim that B is faster than A. However, as Ryan Carniato points out, a rewrite is often faster just because it's a rewrite. You know more the second time around, so you're paying more attention to performance. Oh, this is a stream snipe. Damn. Massive respect, Nolan, for being deep enough in the trenches to pull out a snippet from a Ryan Carniato stream. Let's listen to this snippet quick. You have my curiosity.
Be careful too. I actually have to warn people about this when they choose solid, which is like the fallacy of the rewrite, so to speak. Like every time you rewrite something, generally you get better results. So like when people show me like, oh, check this out, we rewrote this is solid and show all these better metrics, and I'm like, I'm glad. You know, that makes me happy to see it doing what it intended to do. But I'm also say like, it would be really interesting to see how good it would have been if you rewrote it in React. Because my suspicion is like, there are cases, especially performance sensitive ones, where it can make a difference. But a lot of times our biggest wins are from when we realize how to do things better because we're writing it the next time or the second time.
Perfectly put. Thank you as always, Ryan. By the way, if you're not subbed to Ryan's YouTube channel, see the bell? I have that on for like 3 channels. His streams are every Friday. They're awesome. They're where I get my information. Phenomenal streams. Definitely go check them out. Even the VODs after the fact are worth watching. Anyways. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put your channel link in the notes before I forget, because I will forget otherwise. And then they might not be in the description of the video. Cool. Well, if we're talking about Solid and Ryan, we're only a stone's throw away from bytecode and JIT, so I'm not surprised this is where we're diving in. The second class of performance gaps comes from things that browsers give us for free that we rarely talk about. The bytecode cache, as well as the just-in-time compiler. When you load a website for the second or third time, the JS is cached correctly, the browser doesn't need to parse and compile the source code into bytecode anymore. It just loads the bytecode directly off disk. This is the bytecode cache in action. If you're a bit confused about what that means, JS is an interpreted language. It is running in an engine at a runtime. But the actual JS code that you wrote isn't the code that is being run. That code has to be transformed by what's called the JIT, the just-in-time compiler, that turns that into actual bytecode that can run on your device. Turning the JavaScript into bytecode is a process that takes time. It takes enough time that Vercel went out of their way to cache the bytecode on lambdas and on serverless functions and saw a meaningful performance improvement. Why is my fucking DNS being so bad? Cool. Since Vercel runs JavaScript on the server, and it's spinning up a new server, so to speak, whenever a user makes a request, because it's serverless, if it has to download that JS code, convert it into bytecode, and then respond to the user's request, that's a lot of wasted time. And when they moved over to bytecode caching, when they shipped their Rust core, they were able to reduce cold starts by up to 27% because they didn't have to do that transformation step. Okay. Chat's making some good corrections. Technically speaking, the thing that converts the bytecode and the JIT compiler are different things. And the JIT's making the bytecode more efficient, but it's layers of transformations where the JS code becomes something more and more specific to your machine that is work to do to generate, but it runs much faster once it's done it. So your browser is smart enough to cache the resulting bytecode from these transformations, as long as the hash and the cache entity for the JS file you're loading hasn't changed, which is really nice and cool. Oh, the article even calls that out. So going from JavaScript to the bytecode always happens. But if a function is being called often enough, it will get optimized even more by the JIT to be perfectly optimized, not perfectly optimized, but much better optimized machine code. And if you can cache all these things, the cost of doing this generation matters a lot less. In the world of node scripts, we don't get the benefits of the bytecode cache at all. Unless you're on Vercel. Anyways, every time you run a node script, the entire script has to be parsed and compiled from scratch. This is a big reason for the reported performance wins between JS and non-JS tooling. Thanks to the inimitable Joey Chung, not familiar. Okay, I already like her. Just from the profile picture and the addition of compile caching to Node, I already like her. Easy follow. Easy follow. A committer to V8. V8 is terrifying to commit to. Good shit. And apparently PHP has had an equivalent of this for a while now, which is funny. Part of why PHP finally got fast with 5.5. Makes sense. Hilarious. Anyways, we have here export node compile cache / cache node.js compile cache. I've set this in my bash RC on all my dev machines. I hope it makes it into the default node setting someday. You know what? I'll do it. Fuck it. I'll report back if it breaks. You've won my attention. Pretty cool that this will now, by default with Node, cache the bytecode that's being created. The big thing this will help with is spinning up a script when you like run a command. So like when you run the Tailwind generate command or you run pnpm run dev, those types of things, more and more of that can be cached, which is really, really cool. As for JIT, this is another thing that sadly most Node scripts can't really benefit from. You have to run a function before it becomes hot. So on the server side, it's more likely to kick in from long-running servers than from a one-off script. And the just-in-time compilation can make a big difference. In Pinaforce, I considered replacing the JS-based blur hash library with a Rust version before realizing that the performance difference was erased by the time we get to the 5th iteration. That's the power of JIT. That's kind of nuts that the blur hash JS version gets just as fast as the Rust WASM version after you've run the JS version enough times for it to get JITted. He's shouting out all of the legends in the community right now. Canada Honk is a fucking legend. I already did a video about Porphyr. It's a JS runtime in WASM. It is as complex and interesting as it sounds. Go check it out if you haven't. Where is... Yeah, test 262. You know that Oliver is legit because they not only have created a JS runtime at 19 years old and also been invited to Winter CG, they also created Test 262, which is a tool for comparing all the different JS engines to see how well they run. Retake on that. They also created Test 262, which is a tool to see which JS engines support which things. What's up with the site? Normally, there's a lot of other engines on here. Must have had a bad run. Rip. Bad timing. It's a complex site, so I get it. Yeah, normally it looks like this, where all the different JS engines have their compatibility measured across the official like spec of JavaScript, which is super, super helpful for figuring out what engines are capable of what stuff. And obviously, Canada Honk is somebody you would want to trust when it comes to everything JS engine-wise. So it makes sense that they're getting cited here. Anyways. Maybe eventually a tool like Porphyr would be able to do an ahead-of-time compilation of Node scripts. But in the meantime, JIT is still a case where native languages have an edge on JS. I should also acknowledge that there's a performance hit using WASM versus pure native tools. So this could be another reason that native tools are taking the CLI world by storm, but not necessarily the browser front end. Fair. It's like when you're using WASM, even just the cost of going into and out of the WASM layer is high enough that you often lose the performance benefits. And if you're doing that back and forth often enough, you're just kind of fucked. Contributions and debuggability. This is the thing I was going to harp on, and I will do a long tangent about it once we get to the right point for it. Let's read first, though. I hinted at it earlier, but this is the main source of my skepticism. Towards the rewrite it all in native movement. JS is, in my opinion, a working class language. That's such a banger. Does no one have a Twitter? Oh. They deleted their Twitter. So I had to steal that quote. Anyways, as they were saying, JS is a working class language. It's very forgiving of types, which is a reason that they're not a huge TypeScript fan. Oh, I just dropped such a great quote from them, and they immediately, I mean, I get it. I understand. But the only L thus far. It is also very fair to say JS is easier to pick up than Rust. Anybody saying otherwise doesn't understand either language. But also, since it's supported by browsers, there's a huge pool of people who are already conversant with it. Not going to pretend I know what that means, but the way I frame this is JS is a necessary evil because if you're writing applications that run in the browser, you need JS for those. If you don't have any JS in your browser apps, you are limiting what you can do with your functionality, with your software. And JS is effectively a necessary language if you're building applications in the browser. You can hack around it with Rust, but even then, when you're using WASM, you have to have JS bindings somewhere. You can use JS somebody else wrote and use something like HTMX to throw in new HTML changes from the server, but the more dynamic and the more powerful you want your browser apps to be, the more necessary JS becomes. So if we've accepted that JS is often necessary, we need to use it now. We've understood and we now understand JS is a necessary language. If we can make it work well on the back end, why should we have to use other languages too? If we treat JS like what it is, which is a necessary default, now we need really good reasons to leave that default. For years, we've had both library authors and library consumers in the JS ecosystem, largely using JS. I think we take for granted what this enables. For one, the path to contribution is much smoother. To quote Matteo Collina, Matteo is one of the biggest Node contributors, by the way. Also, Fastify, Express, they're deep. Most devs ignore the fact that they have the skills to debug and fix and modify their dependencies. They are not maintained by unknown demigods, but by fellow devs. I will say, having been in a lot of ecosystems, JS is the most willing to let you change how things work and dive in on a PR. There are plenty of devs who aren't even JS devs now that got their start by doing contributions to JS repos in the public. It's such a welcoming and open, I don't want to say like the whole community is super welcoming because that's never the case anywhere, but it's just so big. And we are all so used to contributions. And so much of our core ecosystem comes from these open community things that I found it to be more open than a lot of other places. And there's also pieces that make this easier. Like, what's the one fun version? And I'm curious how many of y'all know about this. Patch package. Patch package lets app authors instantly make and keep fixes to NPM dependencies. It's a vital band-aid for those of us living on the bleeding edge. As someone who was very bleeding edge for a long time, I spent a lot of time with patch package. It lets you go into your node modules, edit a package because it's not doing what you expect it to, and then you can run this patch package command to generate a diff that will now be in that repo. And when somebody runs an npm install, it'll apply that change to the package. So you can effectively maintain a fork of an existing package as a little diff inside of your repo. It's super convenient. I have relied on this far too often for far too many things. Thankfully, I'm not shipping it in a whole lot of stuff, but others are. I don't think there's any other language that has this type of culture around users patching the dependencies they're using to do exactly what they want them to do. It's up to 2.6 million installs now a week. That's crazy. Hopefully you don't need this package, but the fact that it exists and gets that many installs says a lot. But they've even introduced, let me find, one of my favorite things this package does is the create issue flag. This will automatically open a GitHub issue for the repo for the package with your diff to let you quickly start the conversation with the creators to say, hey, I have this patch package in my project because I was having issues with the package. Here is the diff for what I changed. Can we talk about this? Yeah, there aren't other communities that are that embracing of letting you do things however you want. And this comes at a cost too. It means like the floor, like the worst apps you can make in JS are horrifying. These people will do a ton of these things. But if you're doing things the right way, you can make changes and unblock yourself at an aggressive pace, which is really cool. This breaks down if JS library authors are using languages that are different and more difficult than JS. They might as well be demigods. Let me show an example of this. Here are two popular repos on GitHub. We have Webpack and we have ESBuild. Surprisingly close in star count. Webpack's at 65k stars and ESBuild's at almost 40k. They're nowhere near comparable in popularity, but they're pretty comparable in reach. I want to show something interesting in these repos. We're going to go to Insights and look at the contributors chart of all time. And what we'll see here, sure, Sakra's the main contributor, and sure, they've fallen off as they've went to focus on all things TurboPack. But there's a decent spread of people here who have made hundreds of contributions. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's the Dependabot. Let's count the real people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 people who have made over 100 commits to Webpack. It is accessible. It is a terrifying repo, and I would not recommend many people go through here to make changes unless you have really good reasons to. And even then, you don't need my advice on whether or not you should do it. You'll know if you should. But let's compare that to ESBuild's numbers. I'll keep that open. Let's quickly compare that to ESBuild. Insights, contributors. That's a little bit different. Evan has made almost 4,000 commits. The next highest committer has made 16. There are only 2 people who have done a 2-digit number of commits to ESBuild. Everyone else is quite a bit smaller. Usually it's 1 or 2 commits with very small changes. Why is that? Why is this not getting more contributions? Is Evan evil and refusing to accept PRs? Not quite. ESBuild is a lightning-fast JS builder written in Go. Not a whole lot of JS devs know Go, so not a whole lot of JS devs are contributing here. In fact, ESBuild is so hard to build around and build things like plugins for that most people don't use ESBuild directly. They use Vite, which wraps ESBuild for dev mode, and it wraps rollup for prod mode. You can see that here because there is no Go in their contributions. And if we were to hop over where we just were before to see who's contributing, you'll see one of the healthiest contribution charts you've ever seen. There are a lot of people contributing a lot of stuff here. And Patak's a fucking god for taking over as hard as he has, and Safi's been stepping up too. There's a reason that the JS world contributes to things that are in JS and not to things that aren't. And it's not because the maintainers are evil, and it's not because of skill issues. It's because we know JS, and it's a lot less scary to throw JS code at a JS project that is being used in our JS project. Oh, are we about to get to all the things I just said? That's hilarious if so. For another thing, it's straightforward to modify JS dependencies locally. I'll often tweak something in my local node modules folder when I'm trying to track down a bug or work on a feature in a library I depend on. Whereas if it's written in a native language, I need to check out the source code and compile it myself, which is a big barrier to entry. Really important point there too. If you're using Rust code from a package instead, I now have to recompile it if I want to test the different outputs. Obnoxious. Somebody did drop a good counterpoint here with the OXC project having a lot of contributors, because OXC is a set of tools for doing JS linting, parsing, etc., written in Rust. And their contributors and they have a much wider set of contributors than everything I showed other than Webpack, which is cool. But if I recall, they are contributing to different parts. Yeah, these are all for the style part. Boshin is touching everything. Yeah, so Boshin's the project lead. They touch everything. Overlook Motel looks like they're mostly focused on the style side, at least right now. I can only get so much info quickly scrolling through this. But my guess, and I could be entirely wrong on this, is that most of these people have a specific thing within OXC that they're focused on, because there's a bunch of different packages. There's a bunch of different packages. This is like 20 projects in a trench coat. Regardless, it's a good point that there are a lot of people contributing there. Thank you for bringing that one up. Okay, we'll finish this part, then I'm going to go on my React Native tangent that I've been putting off for a minute. Author calls out TypeScript here, and I think this is fair. As they say, to be fair, it's already gotten a bit tricky thanks to the widespread use of TypeScript. But TypeScript's not too far from the source.js, so you'd be amazed how far you can get by clicking pretty print in the dev tools. Thankfully, most node libraries are also not minified. This is important, because if the thing you're trying to patch is JS code that was minified or obfuscated from the TypeScript code, actually going in and doing those modifications sucks. It is what it is. This also reminded me of the most cursed library I've ever seen that's genius. I'm probably going to do a whole video on this. Let me know in the comments if I should. TS blank space has been hurting my brain for a minute. If you have TypeScript source code, but the browser's running JS, and you want to debug something that goes wrong, how do you point the right character to the right place in your source map if the source map is pointing at a different language? TS blank space has a really clever solution. Instead of compiling and writing entirely different code like this, what if we compiled the types out by just turning them into blank spaces that are the same number of characters? So if we take this code, cat t, whiskers colon number, tail colon t, and we just replace all of those with white space, now when we get an error, it's going to point at the right character. It's so stupid, and it's so genius. Yeah. TS blank space is beautiful because, as we see here, it leaves those spots empty. So now fixes your source map problems, and it also compiles really fast. I think this is awesome. I should probably do a whole video on it. Now you know it exists. Anyways, TypeScript being minified and pointing the right things to the right place is annoying. We're still finding clever solutions, and Bloomberg's even working on it. So yeah, we'll get there. Back to the article. Of course, this also leads us back to debuggability. If I want to debug a JS library, I can simply use the browser's dev tools or a node debugger that I'm already familiar with. I can set breakpoints, inspect variables, and reason about the code as I would for my own. This isn't impossible with WASM, but it requires an entirely different skill set. Very fair point. And on the topic of entirely different skill sets, I can finally do my React Native tangent. I think people don't understand the real value of React Native. It's not that we need to turn everything into the web. It's not that React is the objective correct way of writing. It's that most companies have product and have features in that product that are built by React devs. And some of those features need to end up on the mobile app if they have one of those too. I know that because I worked on a lot of different feature teams at Twitch, and I got to build all those features in React, except for the mobile app, where I had to bug someone on the mobile team to prioritize some time to try and go get whatever feature I want working when they don't know anything about it because they're not on the team that built the feature. And that loop is obnoxious. The back and forth from me as someone who doesn't write native code to someone else who does, trying to get to the point where we can get the features we need in the mobile app. Like, I don't know, a ban button. I'm not saying that native tools aren't good. I'm saying that React Native allows for the parts that don't need that native win to be contributed to by the people who work on everything else at the company. Realistically speaking, even if you're not a JS dev, even if you're like a Go dev, it'll be easier for you to contribute to a React Native code base than to a traditional code base that is in Swift, simply because if you want to add it to the Android app, you need to go switch over to the Kotlin or Android Java project, whatever you're running for the Jetpack world nowadays. With React Native, you only have to learn the one thing. And now you can contribute to the web as well. And since JS, and in this case, React, are effectively necessary for building the dynamic web app, avoiding them on mobile for the sake of it is preventing others from being able to contribute. And one of the reasons, if not the main reason, that I would go as far as to say the main reason the Twitch app sucks so hard is because the people at Twitch who use Twitch the most, who care the most about Twitch, aren't on the mobile teams, and they don't get to contribute to the mobile apps as a result. I know that because that's what happened to me. I tried my hardest. I rewrote the app from scratch to show how good a React Native version could be. And I am so sad I can't use it anymore because when I upgraded phones, I lost it because I don't work at Twitch anymore. But man, it's frustrating. Not because React Native is better than native, but because the quality of the tool isn't what matters. It's the quality of the contribution. And if I can't meaningfully contribute because the wall I have to climb to get into that point is so high, you're just never going to build the right thing. And it takes so much more time to figure that out. If I have to learn what does and doesn't work for a feature on web, and I spend 6 months building it, and then we need it on the mobile app, it's no longer a rewrite because I'm not the one doing it. Someone else is. And now that person has to go learn all the same lessons, but that person is less invested because their job isn't this feature. Their job is the app, and their priorities aren't aligned with my team's priorities. And the result is the app slowly gets worse and worse as people who care more about building apps than about building Twitch apps are piling on these band-aids over and over again. It becomes a mess. And as scared as they might be of React Native, it comes with a massive benefit that the people who work on these features and care about this product can now contribute when they couldn't have before. And I really hope people take that part seriously when they're thinking about this React Native versus native debate, the same way we are here with JS versus WASM. JS lowers the floor for contributions, which doesn't mean the quality of things goes down. It means the number of people who contribute goes up. And if those people care enough, it'll go great. And if you're a mobile dev that is working in native technologies and you're scared that React Native being added is going to lower the quality of your app, you are incredibly useful. Push hard to make sure the quality of the app doesn't go down. Help dumb JS devs like me learn what a good mobile app actually is and hold us to a high bar. Don't block us from contributing. Block our contributions until they're good enough. Be the shepherd of the change you want to see. That's my React Native tangent I've been waiting to go on for a while. What was the other one I was thinking of here? Oh. The other tangent I've been putting off is about the other languages. I've already done this one in a bunch of videos, but I think we over-indexed on Rust and under-indexed on Go. A significant portion of why JS tools are slow is because reading a shitload of files is slow. And you can't do it in parallel without using a bunch of workers in JS. Any language that has good concurrency primitives is going to be slightly better, specifically around parallel stuff, than Node is, because Node isn't properly parallel. It can have a task running in the background and do other things while it waits, but you can't run 3 tasks at once without all the chaos that is workers. In Go and Rust, that's not as much a problem. Rust, that said, a lot of the Rust code that I've seen isn't written to work well parallel. And as soon as you try to make Rust work in a parallel environment, it becomes 10 times more work. If our goal is to if instead of our goal being make it so the code runs faster, the goal was make it so the code can utilize our hardware better, Rust might not be the right choice, and Go might be instead. So personally, I think we should have explored Go a little bit more for the JS Dev Tool world, and that we went a little hard on Rust a little early. That's all I wanted to say there. Let's finish this up, because this article's been awesome. I think it's great that there's a new generation of tools for the JS ecosystem. I'm excited to see what projects like OXC and Void Zero end up. I'm excited to see where projects like OXC and Void Zero all end up. The existing incumbents are indeed exceedingly slow and will probably benefit from the competition. I get especially peeved by the typical ESLint plus prettier plus TSC plus rollup, lint plus build cycle. I like this author has the best bias callouts, reservations, and realistic things like this, where they're admitting this isn't acceptable in its current state. Things are too slow. I feel the pain. But just switching languages doesn't solve the problem. That said, I don't think that JS is inherently slow or that we've exhausted all the possibilities for improving it. Sometimes I look at truly performance-focused JavaScript, such as the recent improvements to the Chrome dev tools using mind-blowing techniques like using the uint8 array as a bit vector. Sometimes the authors of these things are so far ahead of me with the things they check, it gives me imposter syndrome. The Chrome DevTools frontend is written in TypeScript? That's cool. I had no idea. Today I learned Chrome DevTools frontend is written in TypeScript. Any fun things in this package, JSON? A shitload of dev deps. No actual deps, though. Doesn't surprise me. Still super interesting. Fascinating. But in here, they create a bit vector. Let's just read the commit message. I'm not smart enough for this shit. DevTools uses a regular expression to check whether edges in a heap snapshot represent part of a pair by which a heap map... God damn it, I can't even read this. Interesting. This is to speed up parsing of a snapshot to see if it contains certain things that match a regex by caching the substrings in this bit vector so they can find stuff much faster. On a heap snapshot from Google Docs, this changes speed up, on a heap snapshot from Google Docs, this change speeds up the heap snapshot.initialize function from about 3.2 seconds to 2.9 seconds. Clever. Very smart stuff. But yeah, there's ways to make JS faster. To be fair, that's a small percentage win compared to the stuff that we're talking about here, but it's still meaningful, and we have not explored anywhere near enough of these things. As the author says, we've barely scratched the surface. If you really want an inferiority complex, see other commits from Seth Brenneth. They're wild. Yeah, Seth seems to be this JS god on the Chrome team making DevTools better. I roast DevTools in Chrome for their UX all the time, but I've never thought about all the hacks for performance in there. Speed up computation of dominators for heap snapshots. The comments are actually really readable here. First, check for more bits in the current byte. Next, iterate by bytes to skip over ranges of zeros. Finally, iterate the non-zero byte to find the highest bit. I love the bitwise math for parsing heaps. Fucking God mode. Insane. I'm feeling the imposter syndrome here. Thank you for that call out. I also think that as a community, we have not really grappled with what the world would look like if we relegate JS tooling to an elite priesthood of Rust and Zig devs. This is also a fair point. If the only people who can improve our tools aren't JS devs, they're Rust and Zig devs that happen to care enough about JS to like bestow upon us these features and tools, how do we innovate? What if I'm a random JS app dev that has an idea for something that like I want a plugin for, but I have to write that plugin in Rust? It sets the bar too high. And I think we've had an incredible couple decades of JS tooling innovation, and a significant amount of that has come from the fact that it's not that hard to build a new JS tool. That has given us the meme of there's a new framework every week, but it's also given us a ton of innovation that I miss dearly when I go to other languages. I just spent a bunch of time rewriting the same project in Rails and in Elixir Phoenix. I love one of those solutions. Not the other, but I do love Elixir and Phoenix. But I still find myself missing a lot of the innovations that we've had in the last 5 years in JS, because it takes a long time for those to make it to these other tools. And JS is the world where these innovations happen and then they spread to these other locations. If JS is built on other languages, the likelihood that these innovations get built and tested out in the first place goes down significantly. And that's a thing that we need to consider. I can imagine the average JS dev feeling completely hopeless every time there's a bug in one or more of their tools. Sorry, read on that. I can imagine the average JS dev feeling completely hopeless every time there's a bug in one of their tools. Rather than empowering the next generation of web devs to achieve more, we might be training them for a career of learned helplessness. Imagine what it would feel like for the average junior dev to face a seg fault rather than a familiar JS error. Imagine that seg fault happens when they run pnpm run build, but it wasn't there when they ran pnpm run dev. Horrifying. At this point, I'm a senior in my career, so of course I have little excuses to cling to my JS security blanket. It's part of my job to dig down a few layers deep and understand how every part of the stack works. However, I can't help but feel like we're embarking down an unknown path with unintended consequences, when there is another path that is less fraught and could get us nearly the same results. The current freight train shows no signs of slowing down, though, so I guess we'll find out when we get there. I mostly agree. This was a phenomenal article, and I'm already seeing these other titles and really wanting to read them. This one's over 10 years ago, and I still want to read it. JS Devs and the Paradox of Choice, SPA's Theory versus Practice. Oh, there's so much good stuff here. This blog is officially on my read list. Should be on yours as well. Huge shout out to Nolan for all the work on this post. Go check out Read the Tea Leaves at nolanlawson.com. Link in the description as always. How do you guys feel? Should we be rushing to rewrite everything in Rust, or should we take a step back and think if we can do this in JS instead? Let me know. And until next time, peace nerds. Cool. I'll do this quick. Wait, where'd you send the DM? Oh, it's Discord. I didn't see that. Oh, shit. Sorry for the heads up. TSC would not be friendly to workers. It's not that simple, sadly. Yeah, struct will help, but we don't have that yet. Yeah, because the type checker needs to know what types exist in different places. So you can't just put it on threads and have them all know what does and doesn't exist, sadly. Yeah, TSC's not really spec'd. It's a complex problem. We're at 5 videos in 4.5 hours. We're doing good. This one I want to plan a bit more because I want to install things for it and buy them. This I'm not feeling at the moment. I want to do this one, but I want to clear up my mental model for it a bit more first. I could do the abort controller one and the HTML one. So these are the two I'm feeling the most as we scroll. Prime beat me to the not using HTMX one. State of Auth I want to do more planning for. Web components don't suck is going to be like 2 hours. Tailwind one I need him on here for, and I haven't seen him in chat. This one isn't really a stream thing. This one I need to do separately. God, these three I let fall, but they're all such bangers. These are all getting moved up. Let me refresh my memory of this one. I've had this in my to-do for so long. I also really want to do the COBOL one. It's fucking 22 minutes. Yeah, I know the abort controller one's good too. Got a lot of options here. Let's pull. I really should do a channel like that, Elkar. Or I was considering doing a subreddit, but I fucking hate Reddit. I hate Reddit so much. I'm going to move this one down. Not what I want to do today. I'll have a better answer on this after the 1 app 5 stacks video. That's the big, like, I'm making a separate, what's it called? the how do I put it? Like I'm doing a big project off stream and turning that into a video. That is 1 at 5 stacks. When that one's done, I'll start planning these medium type things again. But anything that I can't just sit here and do quick has to be planned ahead. And I can't commit to those ones until I have 1 at 5 stacks done, which it's so close. I'm so fucking close. I was considering not streaming today so I could just finish it. Actually, I'm gonna check my email quick because I was waiting on some emails from the team. They brought in Chris McCord. That's hilarious. Cool. Yeah, I should figure out how to do the right way to have a Discord submission thing and then make that part of poor Gabriel's job. I did not think a board controller was going to be that popular with y'all. I honestly thought the PHP's poorly designed one was going to be what you guys are interested in. Yeah, select being fixed is also a good one. I'm going to reorder these based on the results here. You know what? Let's fucking do it. Let's try to get these top 3 out. Oh, are you Elcar? My bad. Yeah, it does not surprise me that Twitch's font choice is that shit. The AI design choices that you shared on Discord. Where'd you share them on Discord? Armcord. Are they in tech discussion, I'm assuming? Random other. Okay, yeah. We can rebuild suggestions to be for this type of stuff, but... Oh, God. Interesting. I did not expect Claude to shitpost this well. What happened to Armcord? Did Armcord get destroyed? Am I getting fished by using this? Oh. That's hilarious, actually. They moved orgs. Okay, I feel better. I have to update because I have an awful bug. I'll show you guys, actually. I can't hit... I'm clicking search. It doesn't work. I can't click half the things in the top nav. I can click, like, the threads button. I can click the notifications. I can't click the inputs on the top for some reason. Life's hard. Yeah, I'm going to save this for me to do later. That's hilarious. Yeah, leg cord is just arm cord now. Let's do this Mongo one. Then I'll do a board controller, then maybe do the fixing select. Don't know how we're feeling. Let's do it. I'm gonna pull a chat up. Oh, that's not what I'm trying to do. Typing's hard. You guys can hang out for this one. I already sent the DM. Don't worry, Adam. I haven't heard back yet. Let me go put this actually in my notes for cool tools part 2, because I think I had ARM cord in here. I really need to do this video. I didn't realize I had this many fucking new tools to put into it. I'm gonna have to do like one of these every 6 months at this rate. Anyways, we were getting started with the Mongo video. Let's do it. Sorry for the bad marker phase. I don't know how I want to open this one. MongoDB takes a swing at Postgres after claiming wins against rival. Open source competitor is still the most popular database amongst devs, though. Oh boy. Seems like our friends over at Mongo are getting a little grumpy again, claiming that they are much faster than Postgres, which, let's be clear, Mongo should be faster than Postgres. The fact that they feel obligated to brag about it right now says a lot. I want to dig into the why, though. All of these Mongo versus Postgres versus relational versus document database things tend to be a bit muddy and chaotic. And the way Mongo runs their business is a lot closer to a sales company than it is to a database company. But there is still some merit in the tech. And I want to do my best to break down this conflict and try to show you guys why you might or might not want to use Mongo versus other relational DBs like Postgres. On the topic of sales, we got to pay my team quick. So let's hear a word from today's sponsor. Anyways, let's dive in. This is going to be a fun one. NoSQL database vendor MongoDB says it's making significant gains against open source The NoSQL database vendor Mongo is saying that they're making significant gains against open source relational rival Postgres in a claim that seems to fly in the face of recent research. Good start. Speaking as the company announced its second quarter results, which beat expectations with revenue up 13% to $478 million, the CEO claimed that recent success has partly been down to competitive wins against Postgres, the system that became the most popular database amongst professional devs last year, according to the Stack Overflow survey. Do they link directly to the result here? Cool, accept. So if we filter databases in the survey to be professional coders, Postgres takes the win. MySQL's pretty close. And then all the way down here, we have Mongo. We switch to all respondents. You'll see Mongo goes up quite a bit. Actually, it's not that much. It's just my SQL Server and Mongo switch. But if we switch from professional to learning, Mongo is very disproportionately represented at the top because a lot of Mongo's angle for a while was winning node devs, which was kind of insane and stupid and not a great idea. Speaking of insane and stupid and not a great idea, did you just gift 20 subs, Esprez? Fucking lunatic. Thank you so much for the support. Really appreciate that. Thank you, man. Anyways. It's always been weird to me that Mongo is so popular amongst beginners and people learning because that's not where it's strong. Like a document DB is useful for after you've rewritten the project twice and you've really locked down your database model. Document DBs allow you to do things theoretically quite a bit faster. But since Mongo is so tied to the node community, it gets brought into projects way too early. Remember the mean and the MERN stacks? A huge part of why I made T3 stack is I wanted to steer people away from Mongo as a starting point because mean and MERN were terrible starting points. T3 stack, I would argue, is a much better starting point that also happens to scale much better, also happens to be much more modular, also happens to be much more modern and production ready. It's It is what it is, but I made a stack for a reason. The economy has not been great to Mongo, though, as they've been losing quite a bit of money. They lost $71.2 million. Sorry, they lost $71.4 million in Q2. Whew. That's higher than the $49 million they lost previously. God, that's to lose $71 million in 3 months is terrifying to me. Apparently, their value still went up 14%, though. Great. He said MongoDB had used its database service, Atlas, to win workloads off of Postgres in a project at Fanatics Betting and Gambling, which is a division of sports ecosystem company Fanatics, which is worth around $30 billion. Cool. So they're getting that money from those gambling sites. I will say, I've been surprised at how much the gambling sites use good tech. I was very surprised to learn yesterday that stake.com is built entirely on SvelteKit. I was very surprised. Sorry, Fanatics, betting and gaming. Do you think that gaming isn't for gambling? It is gambling. It's betting and gaming. Yeah. Anyways, a lot of these betting sites are actually fighting the performance war harder than anyone else because they want to make sure you stay in the zone as long as possible. So they care more about performance than most. That said, whenever you rewrite something, the rewrite should be significantly faster because you've learned a lot of lessons. So if you're rewriting your old decrepit Postgres model in something new, even if you rewrote it again in Postgres, but you fixed all the issues with it, it's going to be much faster. It seems like they got convinced by a salesperson to make this move. Initially, the team launched a platform on Postgres, but they faced challenges with scalability, flexibility, and excessive complexity. After migrating to Mongo Atlas, the team also integrated Atlas Search to provide users with a better experience to find all available betting options. Fanatics plans to continue to expand on MongoDB Atlas as they ensure that they can operate at scales as they prepare for the start of the NFL season. It's a choice. You good, A Nebula? Were you just off by some keys while you were typing there? I've made that mistake before. The context of the Fanatics betting and gaming decision remains obscure. Maybe they just did not pick the right database for the job the first time around. Honestly, not unlikely. We'll see where this goes. Nonetheless, the CEO maintained it was part of an ongoing trend in pitching Mongo against Postgres. He points out that Postgres has been around for 40 years, as if that was a bad thing. I also love, this article's on the Register. They're not a tech journal, but they can even see through the bullshit here. The technology has been around for a long time. They're really the beneficiary of lift and shift from Oracle, SQL Server, and MySQL. So they're kind of consolidating the relational market. In terms of why do we compete or why do we win, Mongo is a very flexible schema, allowing you to store documents in a JSON-like format. This is beneficial for application structures that evolve over time. I'm 50-50 on this one. So in some regards, Mongo is more flexible, but in most, it is way less flexible. The issue is that relations are kind of a hack in Mongo. So if you have users, in this case, let's say you have bets. Linking between users and bets is a non-trivial action. It's not great. And the worst thing is, since there isn't a strict schema, you might have bets that from a certain date and earlier have an entirely different shape. It's possible to have three, if we think in terms of rows and like models and tables, you could have a table in Mongo that has 3 entries in it, and those 3 entries could have entirely different shapes. Now you have to deal with that as you're consuming it. And that flexibility sucks. And as a result, you often have to be real strict with how your data models are architected, or whenever you make a change, you make an entirely new table. It's chaotic. And as cool as it is that you can just change it whenever, the fact that these things are so loosely defined results in you having to validate everything that goes in and out constantly, and your model's no longer as reliable. People in chat are already pointing this out. You can't have data integrity without relations of some form. Mostly agree. There are ways you can, and there is a database that does this. Dynamo is insanely quick. Dynamo's kind of like if Mongo was written to be fast and scalable, which sure, Mongo is pretty fast and pretty scalable, but it's so focused on the flexibility that it loses a lot of the optimization things it could do. DynamoDB is what you move to when you need to fix your performance issue and you're willing to work way harder to do it. With Dynamo, you do have a schema, but as soon as you make changes to it, you better have a fucking plan for that migration, because it is effectively a really, really fast key value store. The key value store that has schemas and has strict definitions for things, but it is a key value store. You can pretend otherwise, but that they even call it that here. They say it's a fast NoSQL key value database. There's almost a spectrum where on one side you have Redis and on the other side you have like Microsoft SQL. And there's all these solutions in the middle that vary in terms of the strictness of their schema and the relational nature of the different models and tables that exist within it. And these are all things worth considering when you make these decisions. That said, the right decision is the database that you're familiar with. And when you run into issues, see if you can fix them with the tools that exist in that database world. And if you can't, consider a move to a different architecture once you've established your data model. The issue is Mongo's trying to be a tool to help you find your data model because it's so flexible, but its flexibility isn't in the schema, it's in the lack of a schema. So it's very easy to shoot yourself in the foot with that. Where with SQL, the flexibility comes from the relational model. It's very easy to build relations between different tables, but your schema is still strict. So it's much harder to end up in these weird cases where you're getting data you shouldn't or not getting data you should. More callouts from the Mongo team. We can horizontally scale, so we're making it very easy to distribute data across multiple servers or virtual servers for applications that require massive amounts of data. Again, we can handle the performance of large data sets better than Postgres. The built-in sharding allows for automatic data distribution. Also really good points here. Much as I hate to give one to the Mongo guys, but there's a reason they're saying this about Postgres and not saying it about, I don't know, MySQL, because MySQL has great tools like Vitess that make it very easy to scale. If you're not familiar with Vitess, it's now largely maintained by PlanetScale, who's a Vitess as a service, to give you scalable MySQL. Handles all the sharding and all the schema management stuff for you, makes it way easier. The reason this is possible is because MySQL's architecture is quite a bit more modular than Postgres's. And the attempts to make Postgres's performance improve, and the attempts to improve Postgres performance have been largely pushed back on from the Postgres team, who are more focused on building cool APIs. As a result, the storage layer, which needs a lot of love, doesn't get it. And most of the attempts to make Postgres faster are hacks where they're using extensions to just skip the Postgres part and run their own storage solutions. I have a couple videos where I talk about this stuff in depth. I did one that people hated, which is the Figma Postgres. Yeah, I can find it. How Figma hacked Postgres into scalability. Because again, Postgres by default doesn't scale. You have to do a lot of weird shit to make Postgres scale. MySQL also doesn't by default scale, but there's a lot of cool tools to make it possible. But cut to everyone's old favorite video. Mongo is web scale. Phase, sneak in the... Just grab a random clip from this that's like the web scale quote I'm sure you can find it pretty quickly in there. Anyways. So, yeah, there's a reason they're picking on Postgres, because most other SQL solutions are easier to scale. Postgres can scale. You just have to do the sharding yourself. I hate the claim of this being better for developer productivity, because as soon as the schema stops being reliable, you now have to triple check every piece of data everywhere you use it. So while it's more flexible in the sense that when you're prototyping, Mongo feels really nice, as soon as that schema hits production, the flexibility is going to hurt as much as it's going to help. It is effectively the equivalent of putting a JSON, or it's effectively the equivalent of putting a JSON column in your table, but that is the whole table. Yeah, JSON B goes burr. Exactly. The CEO questioned whether users migrating from legacy relational databases to Postgres, quote, just want to stay on relational because it's what they know. No, they're using relational because it comes with a lot of guarantees around everything. There are so many reasons that relational DBs are being used, and the fact that the CEO of Mongo thinks the only reason we want it is because it's what we know is enough that if they were on the fucking stock market right now, I'd be shorting the shit out of them. That is such a delusional take. God, I'm trying to come up with a good analogy for it, and I can't because it's just so dumb. God. With their inevitable vested interest, comments like this leave much to unpack. Postgres overtook Mongo on the DB Engines rank sometime in 2017, and the gap has been widening ever since. It's funny that the Mongo CEO called out that Postgres is 40 years old and we're new. But in reality, Mongo was outperforming Postgres in usage in 2017, and it's since flipped. So sure, Postgres is older, but Postgres has been more popular more recently. And Postgres is growing faster than Mongo is, even though Mongo was bigger than it for a while. I honestly think this just comes down to the fact that the mean stack was so hot for a while. And now that the mean stack is dead, Mongo's not getting to ride the coattails of fucking Angular and Express. I honestly think Mongo got a free ride from its inclusion in that analogy. Or I honestly think Mongo kind of got a free ride just by being included in that stack and in that like anagram, whatever you want to call the fucking abbreviation. Their inclusion there allowed them to stay popular for much longer than they could have otherwise. It's also a fair point that the Mon just made that Mongo stopped being fully open source, which has not helped. Acronym. Thank you, guys. Words are hard, okay? The fact that Postgres is used by 52% of devs says so much. While some applications may be best supported by a specialist document database, Postgres can support JSON documents and has been able to do so for years. Again, you can basically turn any SQL database that has JSON support into most of what you would get out of Mongo by just storing things in a JSON column and then make them real fields later on. But you have an actual story for doing those migrations when you use SQL. Unlike in Mongo, where it's just how it works. Ugh. It's also important to remember that Postgres isn't just Postgres. The big three cloud vendors all support Postgres front-end services, while CockroachDB and YugabyteDB both provide front-ends that are near compatible with Postgres, with the added benefit that they support distributed backends for large-scale global apps. I will say I've heard interesting comments around some of these, especially Cockroach apparently isn't as Postgres compat as it claims to be, and I know that like the Prisma team, for example, had more problems trying to get Cockroach working with Prisma than Mongo, which is funny to me. The latest financial news for MongoDB follows a rocky period for the NoSQL database company. In May, their valuation tanked by as much as a quarter after it lowered expectations for revenue growth during the rest of the year, which disappointed investors. It'll take more than a few disputable claims against a rival database to regain that lost ground. Yeah. I'm pretty sure the only reason Mongo is coming out like this and talking shit on Postgres is because they're losing so hard. That really comes to like the 40-year comment is just so brutal. You only say this if you're in a real sensitive spot. And I think that's where they're at. Oh, yeah. In case you didn't know about this, thank you, Bot Cooper, for pointing this out. If you do use JSON columns in a SQL database like MySQL, you can make generated columns, which are fake columns that are pulling data out of something like, I don't know, a JSON blob. So here we grab domain, which isn't a real, it's not a real column. We're not storing this domain data. We're storing your email, but we're generating the domain by grabbing a substring starting from the @ You can also use this, of course, for extracting data from JSON objects. So if you want to take data that you have in a JSON blob and turn it into a column, you can. And then in the future, you can make it a real column and just write all the data in a backfill. There's a lot of methods to both get the flexibility that you're used to from Mongo by putting everything in JSON, and then you can start storing that data in a different way when it makes sense to. But that type of migration path is just miserable in Mongo, when in other tools, it's not that miserable. And Mongo did prove some important things. It proved that you can get really far with a document store, which also proves that you can use SQL databases like a document store and get pretty far too. The issue that, I'll prove that, sorry. The issue that I have with Mongo is that it feels like what I call a valley technology, where between the two solutions that have obvious use cases, which let's say here we have SQL, which is a great general database solution, and we have Redis, which is a great KV store. The in-between, where you kind of need a KV store, but you kind of need a real database, is just not something that is very common. And if you are in there, you probably need a very specialized tool like Dynamo. Mongo isn't the right size for almost anybody anymore, because it's trying to be really fast like Redis, but it's trying to be really flexible like Postgres. You don't need both. And if you do, you need it in a very specific way. It's just hard for me to see why you would reach for Mongo today, especially because the dev experience is so shit and it's not really open source. And Atlas is a chaotic place just trying to steal all the money they possibly can from you. Yeah. Go throw some data in a JSON column. It's not that big a deal. And until next time, safe here. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. One more done. This is fine, but it's just a KV at that point. Hate to do this, but I specifically said no politics today. It's in the title. What should we do next? I really want to do this one. It's ancient, but so is PHP. It's also very long. Yeah. If somebody else wrote an updated version, the title is so good. A fractal of bad design. It's so good. I want it so bad. Oh, of course, Eric did it. Fucking legend. I love that this is created by the Advent of Code creator. It makes it way cooler. Now that I have more research to do on that one, I can't do that one. I'm just going to go for a board controller. I face cover things. Barely, but it kind of does. We'll rock it. The tools for moderation on YouTube chat are absolute fucking garbage. Like, entirely useless. Oh yeah, this guy. He's a fucking tool. He should not be employable. I am totally okay with Kyle Simpson not being able to get a job. He is such a fucking asshole. Everybody I've ever heard work with him had a miserable experience. He goes after me for no fucking reason. I am totally okay with him being unemployed because he is, in my opinion, unemployable. He will do nothing but torch your fucking company. I am very okay with him not having a good time right now. Fuck him. Yeah, I've never had somebody come at me so hard for no fucking reason as Kyle did. I think he had to delete most of the posts because he got so much shit for it. He did like a 20 post tirade on how I'm an evil person that's only here to ruin JavaScript and just like went at me nonstop and kept tweeting about me for like 2 fucking weeks after. And multiple personal friends had to reach out and be like, yo, man, chill. And now he can't get a job. I wonder why. It's like half the people who accuse me of being an asshole tearing down JS are the asshole tearing down JS. It happens more often than I would expect. I just want to make cool things. Yeah, it's that fucking guy. Yep. Why Kyle Simpson is unemployed so often. Deleted. You know. I don't talk about it normally because he's entirely irrelevant. It hasn't mattered for like 8+ years at this point, so I don't normally have to talk about it. But I had to go Google search to make sure it's the person I thought it was because of how useless he is. So yes, if you haven't contributed anything to the ecosystem in almost 10 years, other than hatred and bullshit, you're going to have a hard time getting a job. I think that's a good sign for the ecosystem. The fact that somebody like that could be employed for as long as they could be was bad. Anyways. Hopefully the clips of that don't get him to go on yet another fucking tirade about me. They probably will, but I don't care. I'm the one who's employed, not him. Cool. Let's do my next video. Abort controller. Don't sleep on abort controller. Although he's going to be sleeping because the background is white, and I know y'all hate that. I'm sorry. But when we get an awesome blog post from our friend Artem, we got to read it. He's a legend. He's created so many things that are really useful to our ecosystem. Most importantly, mock service worker. And it's rare that I get one of these posts and don't feel like we can learn a lot from it. So let's give it a shot. I haven't requested the show as Blue Sky as well, and I have to make sure I follow him back there. Yeah, cool. Give him a follow on Blue Sky or Twitter. FaZe, cut me doing that. I'll do a proper shout out to his Blue Sky and Twitter at the end. So don't include those. Just like include me saying it's Artem and going here initially. We'll do the proper shout outs after. I'm really excited about this one because I'll be honest, I don't use abort controller anywhere near as much as I probably should. So hopefully this skill issues me in the right direction and I can be a little bit better about things going forward. Just to get you guys hyped, I want to show some of the code here that should get you excited. A use effect with this abort controller created, and then a bunch of event listeners with an abort. Why would we do this? Why do we care? Why is this useful? All great questions. But before we get to that, let's hear a quick word from today's sponsor. Cool. Hopefully I successfully baited you to stick through that. Let's give this a read. It's going to be a good one. Today, I'd like to talk about one of the standard JS APIs that you're likely sleeping on. It's called abort controller. Abort controller is a global class in JS that you can use to abort, well, anything. Even after the election, are we sure about that? That might be illegal in some states. You use it very simply. Const controller equals new abort controller, controller.signal, controller.abort. Once you create a controller instance, you get two things. The signal property, which is an instance of abort signal. This is a pluggable part that you can provide to any API to react to an abort event and implement it accordingly. For example, providing it to a fetch request will abort the request. All of chat catching my joke there. Bruh, took a second. Time out this guy. Sorry, I had to. It was too good. I had to do one. Anyways, the other thing that you get from a controller instance is the abort method, which, when called, triggers the abort event the other thing you get from the controller instance is the abort method, which will trigger the abort event on the signal. It updates the signal to be marked as aborted. So far, so good. But where's the actual abort logic? That's the beauty. It's defined by the consumer. The abort handling comes down to listening to the abort event and implementing the above in whichever. The abort handling comes down to listening to the abort event and implementing the abort in whichever way is suitable for the logic in question. So controller.signal, add event listener, abort, do whatever you want to do there. So let's look at the things that already have the support implemented. So like you could build it yourself for things, but we're going to build it for other things. There. So to be clear, you can build your own abort controller logic, but what we care about isn't when you build it yourself. What we care about is how useful it is in already existing JS APIs, and then maybe you can go build it for yourself too. So how do we actually use it with those? The most common use case, and the one I should probably use it much more often for, are event listeners. You can provide an abort signal when adding an event listener for it to be automatically removed once the abort happens. How many times have you all written this code? Let me show what I'm referring to here quick. I'm going to kill this. Ignore the type errors because I don't have anything else in here. But how many times have y'all written this code? I know I have far too many times where I have a bunch of event listeners created and then I manually remove them all. You know what? I'm going to redo this. Retake on that. I don't know why the errors went away. Whatever. Why does it think it's Ruby now? That's funny. I'm sure we've all had to write code pretty much exactly like this before. I know I have far too many times. You might not have noticed something here, though. I actually intentionally left a typo that I've made far too many times. Resize, hash change, storage. Resize, hash change, resize. Oh, I removed the wrong event listener here. Very easy to make this type of mistake. Because when you define things twice, you now have double the surface area to make a mistake in. When you do this with an abort controller, as long as you pass the signal to all of these, you don't have to redefine all of the event listeners to remove them here. You can just do it here. And what's even cooler is you don't have to keep track of these function bindings. Like if I didn't write resize here as an existing function, instead I inlined one, how do I unlisten to that? Because this function doesn't exist. I have to define it just in order to be able to unlisten. So I'd have to do something like, I don't know, const handle resize equals this, and then pass the handle resize function. But now what if I actually want to use something from this? What if I want something from the event? Like I want E for like the resize event and to do something with it. Well, now I have to not only put it here, but I have to define the type correctly. And defining the right types for event handlers is probably my least favorite thing in TypeScript other than enums. It is hell. It is miserable. So if you want to be able to remove an event listener, you need to have the thing you bound accessible in order to call that. Or you can just use an abort signal. Now you don't have to deal with this anymore. Now you don't have to be careful about how you're defining functions so you can find them in order to unbind them later on. For that reason alone, this is super worth it. Back to the article quick. In the example above, I'm adding a useEffect hook in React that introduces a bunch of event listeners with different purpose and logic. Notice how in the cleanup function, I can remove all of the added listeners by calling controller.abort just one time. Neat. And that's not just for event listeners, by the way. Works great for fetch requests as well. To be fair, we handle a lot of these things well in something like React Query. And if you are making fetch calls in your React components, you should probably be using React Query. If you're not, or you're doing fetches in other places, or I don't know, other frameworks, an abort controller can be really, really handy to prevent race conditions when variables change and you're using the onComplete in order to trigger other things. So here we have an upload file. Oh, obligatory upload thing plug. By the way, if you are doing file uploads in your projects, you should at least check out what we built with upload thing. We put a lot of time into this. So you don't have to learn what an abort controller is just to do a file upload correctly. We handle all of this stuff for you. But now you know how to do at least this part yourself, right? Good luck making this resume, though. Anyways, file uploads are hard. This helps with the good part of it, though, which is nice. Because now, since we've returned with this controller, when we call upload file, we can at any point abort if we need to. So if the user navigates somewhere else or they hit a cancel button, controller.abort is enough to cancel the upload now. Very, very handy, actually. Here, the upload file function initiates a post/upload request, which returns the associated response promise, but also a controller reference to abort the request at any point. This is handy if I need to cancel the pending upload, for example, when the user clicks on a cancel button. I will say I would have written this very, very slightly differently. It's not a big deal. I would have done that because I don't want the consumer of this to have to know anything about what a controller is when they could just call this abort function. Small thing, personal preference, but I would not want you to bind this signal externally without really good reason. I wouldn't even want to expose the potential for someone to do that unless they really, really need to, at which point that should be explicitly called out in the code. Tiny, tiny thing. And this is written this way for a reason, so it's simple in the code example, but that's the one change I would make. As I say, this is handy if you need to cancel the pending upload, like if the user clicks a cancel button. And even requests issued by HTTP and Node support the signal property, which is really nice. A lot of things support this. We also have abort signal.timeout, which is a static method as a shorthand for creating a signal that dispatches the abort event after a certain timeout duration is passed. No need to create an abort controller if all you want is to cancel a request after it exceeds a timeout. I didn't know about this. That's really handy. This lets you add timeouts to anything that takes a signal. Huge. My lead researcher, Gabriel, just dropped a link. Add timeout to fetch as part of Axiom's JS library. Where is this actually being passed? Oh, here it is. That's really cool. Since they're using fetch methods for sending this data to the Axiom servers, which, by the way, Axiom's a logging platform. Really cool stuff. Great guys over there. Now we can add a timeout for how long this log's allowed to take before we just give up. And that was implemented simply by adding signal bound to abort signal.timeout. That's super, super handy. I had no idea it was that easy to do this. Beautiful. A++. Also, let me check the times of this. I bet this commit happened suspiciously close to when this article came out. Oh, 2 days ago. Yeah. Checks out. Also, it's a small thing, but the fact the blog doesn't shift where I am when I open and close my sidebar, oh, so nice. Artem, you're killing it. Oh boy, more abort signals. This time .any. Similar to how you can use promise.race to handle multiple promises on a first-come, first-served basis, you can utilize the abort signal.any static method to group multiple abort signals into one. Interesting. So we have these two signals that could abort, and we can bind them by grouping them with an array like that. I would have been surprised if there wasn't something like this, but it's cool they call that out. Yeah. Yeah. I want to search something now. This is out of curiosity. Why would that work? No. I figured there'd be a lot of weird abort signal code in effect. And I was wrong. I know they have their own like threading model and everything, but I just figured they would abuse this there. Anyways. As Artem calls out here, they have two abort signals, and the internal one allows them to remove the listener without interfering with the public abort controller, but they also have the public one. So the public one could be used by somebody externally. The internal one could be used just inside of this library function, whatever the scope of this is, without letting people abort it, or without letting people collude. Or the value here is if you want to keep this internal one for internal things, but also allow for certain things to be aborted with the public controller, you can use both. It's really cool. And instead of having to write like public controller dot signal dot add event listener and then trigger the internal controller abort yourself, you can just use abort signal.any. That makes a lot more sense. That's a lot more syntactically clear. I much prefer this. Good shit. You can also cancel streams. And I knew this because I just covered a very fun thing. This code is how pre-rendering works with dynamic IO and PPR in Next.js. And they use an abort controller in order to kill the stream that comes from React's pre-render function after all the synchronous code is executed, but before the asynchronous code executes. I have a whole video about this called The Magic Powering Next.js. It's not out yet, but it probably will be by the time you're watching this video. FaZe put the thumbnail here if it already is. You know the drill. Link in the description. It's probably out by now. Yeah. Super useful use case if you want to stop a stream because you got to a value you were looking for, or you're killing it because you want to do something else entirely differently. Super handy stuff. But as Artem mentioned before, you can make anything abortable as long as you're in the right state. My favorite part about the abort controller API is that it's extremely versatile. So much so that you can teach your logic to become abortable. Huge. With such a superpower at your fingertips, not only can you ship better experiences yourself, but also enhance how you're using third-party libraries that don't support aborts or cancellations natively. In fact, let's do just that. Apparently, Drizzle doesn't have them in transactions, but we can implement it ourselves. Shout out to Drizzle. Great ORM. import transaction rollback error from Drizzle. Function, make cancelable transaction, DB, return callback options, db.transaction, tx, return new promise.resolve, reject, roll back the transaction if the abort event is dispatched. So we add this event listener for if the option signal for our, again, options, we could now pass it a signal with the cancelable transaction. So we have options.signal, and that's an abort signal. Now, if it exists, we add an event listener where we reject the promise and we throw a transaction rollback error. Otherwise, we resolve it properly. That's really simple. Mind you, it's 3 levels of chained returns here with callbacks, which I never love. But it's really easy to write this code and understand what it's doing. I thought it would be more annoying to do this. That's actually really cool. Yeah. As they call out, now they have to, and as Artem calls out here, they added the event listener for the abort event on the signal instance. Now that event listener will be called whenever an abort event is emitted. As I said here, options.signal.add event listener, abort, and we then call the reject. Does this need to be async here? I don't think it does, because we're just calling the reject from this promise. I don't think that has to be async. Small thing. Will this have saved me work for ping is a question I just got in chat. Not familiar, ping.gg is my video call app that I built and got through Y Combinator with that makes it easier to do live collaborations for streamers. If you've watched Primogen's podcast, they're using us. LTT used to use us for a bunch of stuff, still does here and there. Iron Mouse, Elgato, and plenty of others use us for their live collabs. And I had to write a lot of code like this throughout my life. And there's one good way to see how much this would have helped me. Not that big. I thought I had more remove event listener calls than I do. Good to know. Yeah, it would have helped, but it wouldn't have been a big deal. But let's see how we actually, now that we've implemented this make cancelable transaction, what does consuming it look like? I think I know, but I want to see it. Cool. Transaction equals make cancelable transaction. Await transaction, await tx update set where, tx update set where, and then you pass it a signal, the same way you would anything else. That is super, super simple. Love it. I am calling the make cancelable transaction utility function with the DB instance to create a custom abortable transaction. From this point on, I can use my custom transaction function as I normally would in Drizzle, where I'm performing multiple database operations, but I can also provide it with an abort signal to cancel all of them at once. Huge. That is super convenient. Honestly, Drizzle should probably implement this, but the fact that they haven't, and it's still as easy to do, that's really cool. But where it's even cooler is when you decide to actually handle these errors, because every abort event is accompanied with the reason for it. That yields even more customizability as you can react to different abort reasons differently. The abort reason is an optional argument to the controller.abort method. You can access the abort reason in the reason property of an abort signal instance. So in here, we have controllers.signal.reason, which we can call. Do we not get it as an event here? I would have assumed. Let's try this quick, actually. You have my curiosity now. Cool. So I just created an abort controller. I added an event listener where I just log whatever gets passed to that. And that event, type abort. Does it not have reason in here? I guess it has target, which has the abort signal, which has reason. But I would have guessed that this event would have had it. Today I learned. At least you can get it from current target or target, but still interesting. Apparently, abort signal.any only got support added in Firefox in March this year. God. That's terrifying. Here's an example of using an error from an abort if you want to see what that looks like. Very cool, because it still will throw when you call the abort. So now you can catch on these different types of errors. Super handy. I didn't realize. I thought reason had to be a string. It can be any value. So it can be a string, an error, or even an object. That's actually really cool. Conclusion. Excuse me. If you're creating libraries in JS where aborting or canceling operations make sense, I highly encourage you to look no further than the abort controller API. It's incredible. And if you're building applications, you can still utilize the abort controller to a great effect when you need to cancel requests, remove event listeners, abort streams, or teach any logic to be abortable. This is awesome. Fantastic blog post. Go give Artem a follow. It's on Blue Sky, Catanito.com, and also on Twitter, Catanito. Links to the blog post in the description. You can find all that there. And until next time, peace, nerds. I want to redo the transition when I have the event listener thing here open. So FaZe, put this near the intro because I had a better idea for it. Let's redo. You know what? I'm going to redo the whole intro, actually. Don't sleep on abort controller. This is going to be a fun one. I will admit, I have slept on a abort controller for far too long. I really shouldn't have, especially for React devs. If you're a React dev, you've used a use effect, which means you almost certainly should also be using an abort controller. If you're a JS dev, this will benefit you. But if you're a React dev, this is almost an essential watch. Trust me, you want to stick this one through to the end. There's so many cool little things I didn't even know when I was originally filming this video that I hope will benefit you as well. Do you know who else I will hope? Do you know what else I hope will benefit you? Today's sponsor. Perfect. New intro. This is actually a really good call out. Thanks for this. I did not forget the socials. I did that at the end. And then I refilmed the intro right after. Cool. Ronan just had a really good drop, and I forgot about this entirely. Part of React Query is that you actually can use a signal that they have built in. They already have an abort controller signal baked in for you. So if you're writing a custom fetch call here, you can just pass their signal instead, and they'll handle the abort for you. That's so cool. I didn't know they did that. Yeah. Use this. In FaZe, sneak this into whenever I mentioned React Query and the race condition thing. On Vercel, you want to run code that you get as a string in a worker thread. Should this be done on a Lambda instead? You're already on a Lambda on Vercel. You should definitely just do that in a worker thread. The worker thread's the best bet because it'll stay isolated from other things. Spinning up a Lambda by hand for that will just be annoying. I'd be very careful about code you get, though, because there's a lot of potential places for security issues there. The worker will isolate more than most things, which should help, but be really thoughtful about the isolation layers there if that code can be written by users. You need depths there as well. Okay, this is a scary thing to just do because now you're calling a val in places you shouldn't. Vercel has not moved to EKS. What? Vercel is like one of the world's biggest Lambda customers. No, they're definitely still using Lambda. It's not just the routing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you have it backwards. I'm pretty sure EKS is the routing and then Lambda's the execution layer. Like, they're not letting, because, like, they have to run arbitrary JS in it. They're not running arbitrary JS in EKS. It has way too many potential issues. It's the fucking, God, what's the name of the kid? He came from the... He was in the TRPC world for a bit. Fuck, what's the name of the kid? He's like a younger kid that was an intern at Vercel recently. Because I know what you're talking about. Fuck, what's the blog post? I know they did one about it. It wasn't this one. Fuck. It wasn't for serverless servers, no. It was around this time. This wasn't the one. Fuck. Fuck. You've nerd sniped me into figuring this one out now. It was pre-serverless servers. Fuck. Fuck, where is this? Servers was fucking beginning of last month. It's crazy how fast time has been moving. God, the summer's been over for a bit, hasn't it? Why did you send me a next image fucking link? This is not a blog post. This is a picture. I'm trying to find the original source before I watch AJ and Melky, because AJ might be wrong about this. So I specifically remember Malta quote tweeting it about how impressed he was. Okay, this is it. I'm almost positive. Yeah, Sachin. That's who it fucking was. Okay, I found that. Let me watch this. Is this the whole thing? Is that not a time-stamped? Oh, it's 113. You're not going to timestamp it on the share? I'm curious enough. We'll take a look. I'll marker this just in case. Marker maybe 3C. Digging into how Vercel uses Kubernetes. I also just realized I didn't put notes. Editor's notes. New intro at end. Use bit about how much I like the author from the first take if you can. Okay, let's see what this is.
This sink, this exporter, this would be like a sink that comes from your Flink cluster after getting a bunch of like connected Kinesis streams. These Kinesis streams could be connected to like a data lake or a data warehouse or incoming like, you know, live second minute events. Your Flink cluster would aggregate, process them, look back, do whatever you have to do. And then what typically happens is this Flink cluster then dumps that processed clean data into like a sink. and that
Yeah,
sync can
S3 or
connect
something.
S3.
Yeah.
It could be even to a Lambda. It could be a different Kinesis
Totally.
stream, and then that would feed into like another Lambda that processes those cleaned events and so forth and so forth. And now
And
they're
I
called
got on him
Flink.
so much at the AWS Hero Summit, and I was like, please just name this Flink, because that's what it is. It's a hosted Flink.
Yeah. It was called KDA for the longest time, and
Such
but
a bad
now,
name.
yeah, it's just Flink.
But let's go back quick to the Lambda thing. So you normally have the concurrency is implemented by spinning up additional Lambda sandboxes is the term. Now these can live for some time even when they're idle, and you don't pay for it. So if they're not serving a request, it can be warm, and they're warm for hours, and you don't pay anything for it. But when they have to spin up, it's a cold start, and it's expensive in time, and it's expensive if you're running your own runtime for money. So what did Vercel do that was interesting?
Can you, sorry, just because there's so many topics, and this was like I'm going to keep interrupting you. The cold start. Can you explain for some people, what is a cold start? Like a pretty simple term, but then like why do they happen?
I don't care about that part.
It's this init, right? This init is the cold start time, correct?
Exactly.
I want to get to where you actually talks about this part.
Right. It's just linear as you add more machines, right? You may have one with that 7 nines of durability, which means you can be that certain,
potentially for that security and availability. But that's the trade-off, right? And so while we're talking on trade-offs, one question I wrote here, AJ. Obviously, I think a lot of people who either use Vercel and they may stumble upon your post or even Dax's post about serverless, right? They get really like enamored, like, wow, serverless is phenomenal. These guys are serverless masters. What I think a lot of people forget is before you become a serverless master, you have to like master the server, actual like on-prem or this non-Lambda type executions. And so I want to ask you, what are some of the advantages you see with architect?
Where in this does he actually talk about how Vercel's doing it? Because he like started and then went on the cold start tangent and now isn't talking about that. Does it happen at some point in this? And like, do you have a timestamp for when? I want to do a fucking goose hunt for this. 127. Okay, I'll look at that quick just in case.
This amazing double-edged sword, like it's a double threat to have to have Lambda with multi-concurrency, because you get the cost efficacy of a server that can do multiple things at once, and you get to maximally saturate your cores, and then you do pay a premium for it, but then you also get the benefit of like really fast scaling.
But don't you think from an AWS perspective, like they want, if customers are running into that issue, they're like, oh, just use Fargate at that point?
No, of course, they don't want to steer you away from it. I think that what they're missing, and here's the thing, is like Lambda is just an older system. Lambda was it came out in 2014. It has been it's 10 years old, nearly 11 years old now at reInvent this year. Like it'll be 11. It's had a long road, and other cloud providers have had products that have gotten a benefit from learning from Lambda, like Google Cloud Run, for example. Has a
it's at 125. That's fine. I'm so lost.
For this. But you're using one core parallelism. Thank you.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you, chat. So the parallelism is doing two things in like maybe two different threads on two different cores at the same time. Concurrency is allowing us to say, well, that request, that work is paused because it can't do anything. We're waiting on that network IO.
There's something really funny to me about a serverless expert mixing up concurrency and parallelism and needing chat's help. This is the beauty of being deep in serverless. You just stop thinking about so many of these things.
So instead, we can write multiple requests and responses to the sandbox. And it improves that cost efficacy greatly. And they already have customers that are saving 40, 50%. It wouldn't surprise me if they can push it more. For the life of me, I can't figure out why AWS doesn't do this themselves, because there's open source.
Okay, so whoever said in chat that they're using EKS, is this what you're referring to? I want to be sure. That's not what the video is. The video is them using Kubernetes as an ingest point to figure out which Lambda to trigger and if a Lambda is already running. They're not moving off of Lambda. They're using this as a router to figure out which Lambda to go to, just like I said before. When you deploy on Vercel, your code as the person deploying on Vercel still runs on a Lambda. The only thing that changed is your request gets routed through this Ingress layer to figure out which Lambda to go to if one's already up or not. Is there something else in this that contradicts what I'm saying here? Because I'm pretty sure this is how it's always worked anyways. Where's that? Here's that image. I hate that it saves. Save VIF. Yeah. So you have the edge layer, HTTPS terminator, the proxy, and the proxy, if it's an edge function, goes to there, and if it's not, if it's image optimization, goes there, serverless function goes there, etc. But your code, as the developer using Vercel, goes in the serverless function bucket. Yeah. This was my understanding as well. If the request only has one thing that generates a response, a gateway is great. But Kevin, you're thinking way too shallow. The cool thing about the diagram that we just opened is one request can get responses from multiple places. We can grab something from the edge or a CDN as the initial chunk. Then we can get the rest from the serverless endpoint. The fact that we can, in one request, resolve the response from multiple sources allows us to have the performance we expect from a CDN cached HTML page while getting the dynamic behaviors we expect from an SSR page. You need something there to do that resolution. And if you're not using something like what they built here, the thing that you're using to do that resolution is the user's device. Very interesting point. I didn't know that you could route one request to multiple places and generate a combined response chunked properly as part of a router. If you have an example using a simple gateway and router that allows for the same request to get a streamed response where part of it comes from a CDN and part of it comes from dynamic code. Yeah, that's what I thought. Maybe the person who designed this, or maybe the team that designed this, that are some of the most respected infra engineers in the world, know more than you shitposting in my chat. Just assume. And my lesson for you here, Kev, is that if you see something that a well-respected person or team did that feels absurd to you, rather than saying that they need to learn some things, maybe realize that the learning is your problem. You need to learn some things. Anyways. I got nothing else on this one. I am happy I chose to dig in quick, but yeah, I was right. User's code runs on Lambdas on Vercel. Again, Kevin, you had things to learn. The fact that you jumped to the conclusion that others doing things you didn't understand meant that they had a skill issue is the problem. Because Vercel didn't say you're wrong. You said they're wrong. That means you have the burden of looking for a reason that they're doing this. And they have a lot of reasons. Those reasons are really good. It's cool stuff. Anyways, Just a piece of feedback. Like, don't jump to the conclusion that people doing the thing are wrong if they're industry leading experts. This happens to be a lot too. Like when people in the game dev world say something that just doesn't sound right to me, I take a second to be like, wait, is that right? And then go look into it, because I don't assume I know better than industry experts. Hell, even with JavaScript stuff, like there are times where, okay, it doesn't happen with Ryan, but there are times where with people like Rich Harris or Evan Yu, where they say something and I'm like, that doesn't sound right. That can't possibly be right. And then I go check, and 80+% of the time they're absolutely right, and there are just details I was missing. Okay, we're at 7 videos for the day. I've been going for 6 hours. Do I do one more? I kind of want to just go work on projects. The data fetching tier list one I really need to do. I almost planned to do that one today. I was considering it. I don't have the energy now, but this, you know what? I'll bump that higher up. Well, oh, new browser. There's more than one. It's there's 2. It's Browser Horse and Cartographist. They're both like browsers for going deep on a thing. So instead of having tabs, like a tab can go depth wise. So each session, so to speak, is like you going deeper and deeper on a trail, is how they call it in Horse. Which Twitter post on Browser Horse? If you can find that quick, that'd be helpful, but I do need to run soon. No problem, man. I do like the idea of like breadth and depth based browsing instead of it just like tabs are just one hierarchical level. Not really. I haven't seen too many compelling use cases for like one of those browsers that shows you the same thing in like 5 ways. Oh, cool. Confirm AG, the instance still Lambda is just decoupled in some way. Yeah, the decoupling is it's not being invoked as a request. There are 2 ways to invoke Lambdas. You can invoke them on request, or you can invoke them like, I don't know the right term for it, but like you can backdoor effectively them to trigger them via API. And then you can connect to that thing that you spun up using the API separately using like a WebSocket or something. But the thing they're doing different is they're not just sending a request to the Lambda and then sending the response to the user. They are programmatically spinning up the Lambda, connecting to it, and then using what it sends to create a dynamic response for the user. I like Nat a lot. I don't love these takedowns. Yeah, that's like too far and not for good reasons. Like it's $80. It's an indie dev. The alternative is VC funded or open source that will probably not get that far and die. And it's also a fundamentally different user experience. Like, it's not that, like Horse shouldn't be positioned as an alternative to Arc. It should be positioned as an alternative way of thinking about browsing. It is what it is. I've had my fun. Let's figure out who we're raiding. I almost want to throw you guys at Bow because it would be funny. You know what? I'm going to regret this. It's too funny to not, though. She says Bow, right?
I can't.
Yes, she does. Cool. Have fun with Bow. And you come up with a good message to spam her with. Something really good. Cucumber. Just all caps, cucumber, when you get to her chat. Just drop that when you're there. Have fun, nerds. See you maybe this weekend if there's big news. Otherwise, next week if there's not, because I got a lot of off-stream filming to do. Goodbye. And goodbye to YouTube as well.